Chapter 1003. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this immortal goo cannot be saved. Baichen Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not reply. At this moment, his hands were clasped together, emitting a warm orange light. An immortal goo was almost cut in half, it was hanging on by the orange light, its aura fluctuated, it was very unstable. Lian Jiusheng also had a worried expression. He was a refinement path great expert, in his opinion, this immortal goo had already been sentenced to death. Even Lian Jiusheng could not save it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was determined to try. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower, he was a wisdom path goo immortal. Any goo immortal at his level, even if they cultivated one path, they would be proficient in one path and knowledgeable in 100 paths. He had no shortcomings, he could use wisdom path to imitate the specialty of other paths, he could even surpass them by taking a different path. Right now, Lian Jiusheng could not do anything to this immortal goo, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had wisdom path methods, he had a trace of hope. But this method, in Baichen Tian's and Lian Jiusheng's opinion, was too risky. If there was a slight mistake, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would suffer a backlash, his Dao marks would become chaotic. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for 30 years, otherwise, his injuries would worsen. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sharp and formless sword chi shot out from the immortal goo. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not even react, but fortunately, this formless sword chi only brushed past his ear, cutting off a strand of his white hair. Baichen Tian jumped in fright. All right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression eased. He let out a breath of turbid air, saying in relief, I pulled out the sword chi in the goo, this immortal goo can be saved. Ever since falling heavenly river burst out with countless sword lights. They swept through Central Continent. A sword light with extraordinary sharpness, like in his previous life, it pierced through Celestial Court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord urgently called back Baichen Tian, Lian Jiusheng, and Baizang Shui. After the four immortals discussed, Baizang Shui went to the bottom of falling heavenly river to investigate the situation, while the other three immortals used the sword chi to corrode Heaven Overseeing Tower. The injuries did not worsen. He hurriedly repaired it. Soon, under the illumination of the orange light, the immortal goo in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hand recovered at a visible speed. Lian Jiusheng's eyes shined as he clapped, Pagoda Lord, your method of sacrificing your emotions to repair the immortal goo is a wisdom path method. It was truly unique. He actually came back from the dead. Amazing. But, why do you have to take such a risk? This is only a rank 6 immortal goo, our celestial court has a lot of it, we can refine it again. On the other hand, if you are injured and unable to fight for 30 years, it will be a great loss to the celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the start of the Refinement Path Convention, there has been a strange phenomenon. I felt something was wrong. It was as if there was a hidden danger brewing somewhere. Once it happened, there would be terrifying consequences. We have just repaired Fate Goo once, it can display half of its power. But just as I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light slashed at me. Heaven Overseeing Tower was split into two. Is this all a coincidence? Baichen Tian and Lian Jiusheng looked at each other, their expressions turning solemn. I won't hide it from you, I have had this feeling recently as well. Baichen Tian said solemnly, but this feeling only started when I repaired Fate Goo. Lian Jiusheng also said, so it was not just me who sensed it. I had thought that my junior disciple had met with a calamity, causing me to sense it. But now, it seems that it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a wisdom path goo immortal who controls Heaven Overseeing Tower, your feeling is stronger than ours, I am afraid something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the immortal goo that was being repaired in his hand. Thus, I am willing to take the risk to repair this immortal goo as soon as possible. Although this is not the core immortal goo of Heaven Overseeing Tower, saving it will solve the biggest problem of Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries. We can repair Heaven Overseeing Tower as soon as possible and use its power to deduce the truth with our senses. Also, Bo Qing died in the tribulation back then. Why did he suddenly appear now? There seems to be a close connection between the two. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair other immortal goo. During this process, I need to be fully focused and single-minded. If Fairy Bite Song Shui replies, you too need to inform me immediately. Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiao Sheng replied, understood. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's matter continued to spread as time passed. It affected Central Continent and the Celestial Court. While Central Continent's goo immortals were focusing their attention on falling Heavenly River, Fang Yuan had already obtained the greatest harvest and was cultivating on Dang Hun Mountain. Right now, he was standing at the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, waving his hand and releasing tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls, like rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls, and so on. Wolf souls, tiger souls and other fierce beast souls were slightly smaller. There were also plant souls, while variant human souls and human souls were the least in number. Actually, the transaction of souls had always existed. Because in this world, there were many soul path goo immortals. Soul path goo worms had appeared since the immemorial antiquity era, but they did not form into a system. Only with the rise of a goo immortal could soul path be created and flourished. This goo immortal was one of the 10 venerables in human history, spectral soul demon venerable. He was the founder of the soul Dao, and he was also the one who brought the soul Dao to the pinnacle of history by himself. In his era, among 10 goo masters, almost half of them chose to cultivate soul path. In soul path cultivation, the soul was one of the most important resources. To refine soul path goo worms, most needed souls as goo materials. To refine soul path goo worms, spectral soul demon venerable slaughtered and hunted souls. Thus, in history, he had the highest killing nature among venerables. And the prosperity he brought to soul path also caused his era to be filled with slaughter. The world was dark and unstable. Because many goo masters and goo immortals also cultivated soul path, they naturally slaughtered and hunted souls as cultivation resources. It was also in that era that the transaction of souls was created. It was done openly and openly. After that, spectral soul died and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This benevolent Immortal Venerable did not compete with others, he loved peace. As he grew up, he knew about the suffering of the people, he knew about the harm spectral soul caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and became invincible in the world, the first thing he did was to suppress soul path. Soul path goo masters thus decreased in numbers, the transaction of souls was forced to go underground. The 5 regions in the world started to recuperate, their killing nature was eliminated, the unrest also gradually subsided. The most touching thing was that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not use force, he used virtue to convince people, he used his actions to influence them. Thus, even now, even in jewel yellow skies, the largest and most free market in the world, the transaction of souls was very rare. Fang Yuan's souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Ever since Fang Yuan and He Lulan cooperated, they were in charge of the transaction of souls. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. They were the local tyrants of Northern Plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the 3rd in command of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She had mountain pledge goo and a wide network. These souls immediately met with disaster when they landed on Dang Hun Mountain. After being cleansed and shaken by Dang Hun Mountain, the souls shattered, turning into countless soul essences that fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these soul essences, a new batch of guts goo would be produced on Luo Hun Mountain. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only ordinary. Because there are few fierce beasts and no desolate beasts, there are very few variant human and human souls. The number of guts gu produced will not be many. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind as he started to walk on Dang Hun Mountain. This batch of souls did not come from Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, Fang Yuan obtained them himself. He was different from before. He did not need Fairy Li Shan's help, nor did he need to make a move personally, he could obtain souls stably. Of course, it was not from jewel yellow skies, but from Western Desert. Western Desert was the most developed place in the 5 regions for commerce. Over there, Fang Yuan was no longer a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the place, he had already cooperated with Western Desert's Shao clan for some time, he had obtained a certain degree of recognition and obtained the crucial token. Western Desert's Shao clan was a super force, it was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transaction was exposed, Shao clan would never admit to it. The soul transaction could not be exposed, and Shao clan was a righteous path force after all. Fang Yuan obtained souls from Western Desert's transaction, it was naturally to guard against He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Although he had signed an alliance agreement with them, it did not mean that from now on, Fang Yuan did not need to guard against them. Fang Yuan had the heart to guard against others, but Fang Yuan also had the heart to harm others. If Fang Yuan started to cultivate his soul, it would definitely attract the suspicion of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. If he secretly used guts gu to cultivate, it would definitely cause the number of guts gu to decrease drastically. To make up for this flaw, Fang Yuan secretly sent in his own soul to fill the gap. The precious guts gu were easily obtained under Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan did the same. Once guts gu left Dang Hun Mountain, they would immediately be destroyed. But if they used the air sac gu that Fang Yuan invented, they could be packaged and sold. After expending a large number of guts gu, Fang Yuan's soul had grown to its limit, if it continued to grow blindly, his soul would collapse on its own. Fang Yuan felt that even his immortal zombie body had a feeling of being squeezed. It was like an adult wearing clothes that were a size smaller than his youth clothes. Chapter 1004. Actually, the limit of an immortal zombie's soul capacity was higher than an ordinary body of flesh and blood, it was just that it lacked the effect of nourishing the soul. Only a living body of flesh and blood could nourish the soul. In a dead body, the soul would wither. The main reason why Fang Yuan's soul could last until now was because of the guts gu. Other than that, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish it. Even though spectral soul demon Venerable caused great damage to all living beings in the world, his soul path also flourished for an era. Countless outstanding soul path experts appeared and created a vast number of soul path methods. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, there were still many precious soul path methods that were passed down to benefit future generations. I do not cultivate soul path gu immortals have soul path Dao marks in their bodies, they can allow their bodies to contain stronger souls. After realizing that he had reached his limit, Fang Yuan left to Immortal Blessed Land and went to Star Form Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Fang Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect, it was completely different from before. But after Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunsheng to take action, Luopa Valley regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex, it was like a maze. The legends of Renzu are recorded that Renzu was trapped in a maze and could not find a way out. Fang Yuan imitated Renzu and came to Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A wave of gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous fog. Fang Yuan's soul was shrouded by the fog, it gradually loosened. After the fog passed, a wave of eerie wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The eerie wind was like blades, Fang Yuan's soul was cut by the wind blades, countless wounds were created. The unparalleled pain made Fang Yuan almost go crazy. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Fang Yuan raised his head and roared, but he lacked a body, he could only let out sharp soul cries. After enduring for a while, Fang Yuan struggled to realize that he had reached his limit again. He wisely chose to retreat, and his soul returned to the immortal zombie body. With the protection of the immortal zombie body, the power of the fog and the Luo Po wind was greatly reduced. Instantly, it dropped by a large margin. Fang Yuan was able to safely leave Luo Po Valley. He checked his soul. After experiencing the fog and the ravages of the lost soul wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large margin. It was clear that he had suffered considerable damage. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be to the extent where his soul would scatter and scatter. But the enslaved featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It was probably going to get out of control. This was because the soul was the cornerstone of a slave. If the soul was severely wounded, the slave's effects would be greatly reduced. This would give the enslaved a chance to resist and escape. I wonder how the Ren ancestor managed to stay in Luo Po Valley for such a long time back then. Fang Yuan sighed and returned to Dang Hun Mountain. He continued to use Guts Gu. Guts Gu might be a mortal Gu, but it was indeed a legendary item. Using it to treat the injuries on the soul would produce instant results. Very soon, the injuries on Fang Yuan's soul completely disappeared. He was completely healed. At this moment, Fang Yuan inspected his soul again. Very clearly, he found that his soul was at least twice as condensed as before. Moreover, the soul itself seemed to be coated with a layer of oil, emitting a faint eerie light. He then sensed the burden on his soul caused by enslaving the featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It had also shrunk by 30%. Earlier in Luo Po Valley, Fang Yuan had suffered inhuman torture and pain. It was all worth it. Because in Luo Po Valley, the impurities in his soul were removed. It was like a piece of iron being forged and smelted countless times, before finally turning into steel. The quality of his soul immediately rose to a new level. And on Dang Hun Mountain, Guts Gu continued to be expended. The soul was growing at an unimaginable speed. The quantity was rising steadily. Luo Po Valley refines the soul. Dang Hun Mountain strengthens the soul. Qualitative and quantitative changes combined together, the soul's foundation grows by leaps and bounds. This huge success came so quickly. No wonder in my previous life, after He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan obtained Luo Po Valley, they went back and forth between Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley all day to increase their soul foundation. They're getting a thrill from cultivating. Fang Yuan sighed. He wanted to imitate He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, but he still had many things to do. The most important thing in front of him was the battle of Tian Mountain and the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. Undeniably, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the higher the chance of him obtaining graceful chaotic duel stage at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan could only try his best to think of every possibility, to arrange every important matter in a more reasonable manner. He squeezed out every minute and second he had, seizing every minute and second to cultivate. Finally, Fang Yuan received news of the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage appearing. What's going on? I set up many methods near Tian Mountain, but they were actually silently taken out by someone. Fang Yuan took some time out of his busy schedule to personally investigate southern border. But he did not find any valuable information. Just like in his previous life, Tian Mountain repeatedly showed an intense battle from ancient times. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead used the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage to suppress the rank 8 enemy with great strength true martial physique. This Gu Immortal has a red lotus mark on his forehead. Is it related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? When I was reborn, I had already failed, but in the river of time, a red lotus suddenly appeared, turning my defeat into victory and successfully reborn. What is the relationship between the red lotus in the river of time and this mysterious Gu immortal? Fang Yuan was confused, he could only shake his head and leave. He still had many things to arrange. Graceful chaotic duel stage might have appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Tian Mountain. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had to at least get rid of the repercussions of enslaving the featherman Gu immortal Zhou Zhong. Through Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen sharply, while Zhou Zhong's soul was still at the same spot. After removing the burden of enslaving the Gu immortal, I can easily sneak into Tian Mountain and secretly refine the immortal Gu house. The body nourished the soul, and the soul was filled with intelligence, producing thoughts, wills, emotions, and thinking. The increase in soul foundation was greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's refinement of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can make Bo Qing's sword path immortal Gu my own, my battle strength will also rise greatly. That would be even better. Although he had tried several times with all-out effort immortal Gu, he had not succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on the refinement of all-out effort immortal Gu, he did not want to struggle in this pit. During this final period of time, Fang Yuan did his best to make preparations. Central Continent. Immortal zombie Bo Qing left falling heavenly river and slowly rose. Below his feet, falling heavenly river's surface was surging with waves, crashing against the shore and sweeping up piles of snow. The blood was already gone, countless fierce beasts in the river felt Bo Qing's aura and scurried away in fear. At the bottom of falling heavenly river, a large number of Gu immortals lost their lives, even Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal by Zhang Shui was not spared. I lost many immortal Gu, my battle strength is going to fall. Immortal zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low voice, what should we do now? At this moment, standing beside him were Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, Shadow Sect's envoy Lan, immortal zombie 7-star child, Blood Path demonic immortal Song Zi Xing who was known as Blood Dragon, as well as Hairy Man refinement path Gu immortal Yumu Chun. For some reason, this situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, 7-star child and Song Zi Xing died at Bo Qing's hands. But now, both of them were alive. Maybe this was Fang Yuan's plan, using Mo Yao's fake will to lure out Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zi Xing and Yumu Chun did not speak, immortal zombie 7-star child spoke. Next, Song Zi Xing, Yumu Chun, and I will work together and use an immortal killer move to teleport the four of us to Central Continent's northeast area to attack Heavenly Lotus sect. He had already made arrangements. In his previous life, 7-star child and Song Zi Xing died, only Yumu Chun was left, he could not use this powerful immortal killer move. But now, it was different. In Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious and shocked. He looked at the four immortals led by immortal zombie Bo Qing, attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus sect, he could no longer watch. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus sect. In Heavenly Lotus sect, he had many disciples and grand disciples. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened, Heavenly Lotus sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Chen Tian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River, Bai Zhang Shui has already died, immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking combat immortal sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go! The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon, they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Heavenly Lotus sect's headquarters at the next moment. At this time, Bo Qing and the others had just arrived. Beside them, the remnant light of the teleportation immortal killer move had yet to dissipate. The two Gu immortals looked at each other, their battle intent surging. What happened? Heavenly Lotus Sects Gu Masters and Gu Immortals were still confused. Fight! A super battle of rank 8s erupted, Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Underground Cave. Success! Fang Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy and regret. These last days, he had been using the light of wisdom to make deductions. He had obtained a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will as well as poison path Immortal Gu woman's heart and wisdom path Immortal Gu unravel mystery to refine Bo Qing's Immortal Gu. Chapter 1005. Southern Border, Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked barefooted, taking big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. His muscles were bulging, his chest was exposed, his hair, beard, chest hair, and even the hair on his legs were very thick. Its fur was an earthy yellow color, and its clothes were almost tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, the joints of his fingers and toes were much thicker than a normal person's. His nose bridge was short, his two nostrils were facing outwards, the nose hairs inside were also very thick, as if they were rushing out of his nostrils. Don't be fooled by this ugly appearance, it was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan based on his previous life's memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the original owner of this appearance had joined Tian Mountain at this time. But after Fang Yuan revived, he secretly killed this person. Fang Yuan replaced him and came to Tian Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin layer of fog. Tian Mountain was still very quiet, birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the forest. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started yet. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan disguised his identity and joined Tian Mountain, it was already the time when the righteous and demonic paths were fighting intensely, even the foot of the mountain was guarded by demonic path lackeys. But in this life, Fang Yuan appeared several months earlier. At this time, Shao Shan had just been exiled by Shao clan, he, Zhou Xingxing, and Sun Pang who had created Tian village not long ago. Fang Yuan walked past the foot of the mountain but did not see anyone. After climbing halfway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Tian village through the gaps of the lush forest. Tian village was still under construction, it had not been completed yet. Who is this person? Which Gu Immortal's pawn is he? He does not seem to be a pure human, he seems to have hairy man bloodline. Humph, this bastard, I'm afraid no one will choose him as a pawn, right? He. Far away, the southern border Gu Immortals discussed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked calmly, he was confident and calm. In his previous life, he used familiar face. These southern border Gu Immortals could not see through it. In this life, he had used the immortal killer move that used attitude Gu as the core, familiar face. If this was seen through, it would be strange. He strutted along. He walked toward the mountain peak. After a while, when he approached Tian village, he was finally stopped by someone. The newcomer was a rank 3 demonic Gu master. But the person Fang Yuan was disguised as was also a rank 3 Gu master, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked seriously, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said rudely, "I am Huang Sha. I heard about Hero Zhao's matter, so I came to seek shelter with you." The rank 3 demonic Gu master's body shook. He wasn't shocked by the name of Yellow Sand, but Fang Yuan's voice was too loud. "Alright, lower your voice. What are you yelling for? Since you know the name of the leader, then follow me to pay respects to him." The rank 3 Gu master picked his ears and left. Fang Yuan snorted. He tried to catch up. His physique was larger than normal people, he took big steps, in just 3 steps, he had caught up to the former. The demonic Gu master was unhappy, he stretched out his hand and pulled Fang Yuan back. Why are you running so fast? If you want to join Etion village, you need to know the rules. Do you understand? First come first serve, my position is higher than yours. Follow behind me. Oh, oh. Fang Yuan quickly nodded his head, showing his bulky physique. He had a large physique and a small brain. We need to focus on the construction of this building. If someone attacks in the future, we need to defend this place. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine gu. Xiao Shan pointed at a place, instructing the gu master beside him. At this time, he heard someone shouting, "Big chieftain, your fame has spread throughout the 4 seas and the entire southern border. Now, another hero has joined us." Xiao Shan heard this and was overjoyed, turning around to look. He saw Fang Yuan. The joy in his heart dissipated, he was slightly disappointed. But at the same time, he had a joyous smile on his face. He quickly walked forward, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder, such a strong man. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, cupping his fists. "You are hero Xiao. I am here to join you, you have guts. You dare to go against the righteous path." Saying so, Fang Yuan gave Xiao Shan a thumbs up, saying, "Just based on this, I am convinced, I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day." Xiao Shan saw that Fang Yuan was so boorish, he felt even more disappointed. But on the surface, he did not show it, he praised Fang Yuan and gave him a mission on the spot. After Fang Yuan left, Xiao Shan called Zhou Xingxing, asking, "This Huang Sha, what is his origin?" "I am not sure." Zhou Xingxing thought about it, smiling, "Big brother, what kind of person are you? You come and go as you please, how can such a minor character enter your eyes?" "I happen to know this person, his father is human, his mother is hairy man, he was born as a slave who mined sand and rocks on the sand mountain. In the end, he obtained an inheritance on the sand mountain and became a gu master. Later, he occupied a part of the river with a water path gu master, they became known as the White Sand Generals. Later, they were defeated by Tai clan gu masters, White General died, but this Huang Sha escaped, his whereabouts are unknown. To think that he admires Big Brother's fame, he came to join Etion village. So that's it. I remember now, there was indeed news of the White Sand Generals attacking Tai clan's merchant ship." Xiao Shan nodded, his expectations towards Fang Yuan fell to rock bottom. They even dared to attack Tai clan's merchant ship, this showed that these two were rash and did not use their brains. Moreover, this Huang Sha actually had hairy man bloodline, Xiao Shan looked down on him even more. Variant humans like hairy men, feathermen, and snowmen were all slaves of humans, how could human gu masters treat them equally? If Fang Yuan's cultivation was rank 4 or 5, Xiao Shan might be able to break the prejudice and pay attention to Fang Yuan. But this Huang Sha that Fang Yuan was disguised as was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than ordinary gu masters. But in this Etion village, it was not eye-catching. Thus, Xiao Shan soon threw this Huang Sha to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was working at the construction site. "Right now, I have already joined Etion Mountain. I was sent here by Xiao Shan to build Etion village, this shows that this person does not care about me. Very good, this is the goal I want to achieve. So far, everything is going smoothly." If Fang Yuan's cultivation was higher and Xiao Shan paid attention to him, he would have a heavy responsibility in the upcoming righteous demonic battle. If he did not carry out this task, he would expose himself. If he did, he would waste time. If his cultivation was lower, he would become cannon fodder and be sent to the front lines to attract firepower and waste the enemy's primeval essence. After a few battles between righteous and demonic, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation, it would not be high or low, he would be a small leader. He would not be given an important task, and it would not be strange for him to survive in the battlefield. The forbidden zone for immortals on Etion Mountain only targeted immortal apertures, it did not target immortal goo. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan was still deducing a method to seal the immortal aperture. But in this life, he directly grasped this method and joined Etion village several months in advance. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie. During the day, Fang Yuan did some manual labor at the construction site, it was easy. At night, when everyone else was asleep, he was still energetic, secretly refining the graceful chaotic duel stage at the bottom of the mountain. Graceful chaotic duel stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie, it was unbreakable. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no soul fluctuations. From the looks of it, it seemed like his soul had completely perished. But with his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie, instead, he focused on transforming his battle will. The southern border Gu immortals who participated in this duel had to use these mortal Gu masters as pawns to make them fight intensely, so that their battle will could resonate with each other. The pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be transformed into the Gu master's personal battle will. But Fang Yuan was here personally, and was also a wisdom path grandmaster, he did not need to do this. Even if he did not fight, he could increase the battle will in his mind and transform the immortal Gu house's battle will. His efficiency was several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. As long as Fang Yuan transformed the battle will in these immortal Gu houses into his own battle will, then he would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the immortal Gu house and become its true owner. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to successfully seize graceful chaotic duel stage from these southern border Gu immortals, there was still a hurdle. At the final juncture, the pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be divided and transformed by everyone. But there could only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills would compete with each other and engage in an intense battle. In this fierce battle, any loser would vanish into thin air. There could only be one winner. I am a wisdom path grandmaster, I have a huge advantage in the battle of battle will. Moreover, I will definitely take the lead and transform my battle will several times faster than others. The more battle will I transform, the more advantage I will have in the decisive battle in the future. As long as I follow the plan, there is no doubt that I will obtain the immortal Gu house. I am just afraid of an accident. While Fang Yuan was thinking, the other southern border Gu immortals were also having their own thoughts. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder was paying close attention to the battlefield of Etion Mountain. He had barely survived the previous tribulation. And the next tribulation was approaching, he had no hope, but with the appearance of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage, this Gu immortal saw a trace of light in the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented duel, he staked everything he had. He had bet almost all of his assets. His stake was the highest among all the immortals, and according to the rules of the duel, one of the chess pieces he chose, Shao Shan, became the first Gu master to ascend Etion Mountain. Shao Clan's first Supreme Elder also became the first person among the southern border Gu immortals to transform the battle will in the immortal Gu house. I must succeed in this contest for the immortal Gu house, I cannot fail. If I do not have the immortal Gu house, I will have no chance of surviving this tribulation. Chapter 1006. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the most battle will among them. As long as I maintain this advantage, the immortal Gu house will be mine. Shao Clan's Supreme Elder cheered himself on, but he was also clear, the biggest problem was how to maintain the current advantage. According to the bet, the second would be Wu Clan's Gu immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal of Wu Clan was also a very shrewd person. She would rather sacrifice some of her cultivation to allow her chosen pawn to enter Etion Mountain early. I hope Shao Shan will not disappoint me. Shao Clan's ancestors' wish was precisely what the other southern border Gu immortals did not want to see. Now that Shao clan's ancestor had already established an early advantage, the southern border Gu immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so as to disrupt Shao clan's ancestors' advantage and give them a chance. Wu Shentong arrived near Tian Mountain. Everyone, this time, I am carrying the clan's heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I will not hesitate to eliminate the demon's den. He pointed at Tian Mountain with a solemn expression and surging battle intent. There were many Gu masters around him. Among them, 3 had the highest cultivation, rank 4 Gu masters. One was Wu clan's elder, his personal bodyguard, Wu Shentong. The other 2 were clan leaders of Wu clan's clans. Wu Shentong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and pale, coughing from time to time. He was like a sick scholar who could not even withstand the wind. But no one dared to underestimate him, because he cultivated enslavement path. This path could always fight one against many. On Tian Mountain, the strongest person is Shao clan's original leader, Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xingxing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should slow down and invite some righteous path experts to hold the fort. This will not only be safer, we can also fight and not let these demons escape. One of the rank 4 clan leaders suggested. Wu Shentong's expression sank. He wanted to do this, but this mission was forced by the clan, and there was a time limit. It was so harsh and rushed. Wu Shentong could not help but wonder if he had become a sacrifice in the clan's political struggle. He had done his best to rely on his connections to recruit these people around him. Wu Shentong would never understand the truth of Tian Mountain. The Gu masters who were usually high and mighty. They were all used as gambling tools by Gu immortals. He naturally did not know that at this moment, countless southern border Gu immortals were looking at him with expectant gazes. You don't have to persuade me. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beast horde? Once their primeval essence is depleted, the merit of killing a rank 5 will be yours. Moreover, since I'm personally making a move, I'm naturally confident. Don't tell me that I'm courting death. Wu Shentong was also a person with means. This short sentence dispelled everyone's hesitation and boosted their morale. Speed was the most important thing in war, and what they were aiming for was the effect of surprise attacks. A moment later, under the command of Wu Shentong, the entire mountain of beasts charged up Tian Mountain. At this time, Tian village was still under construction. The demonic path Gu masters were in a panic. They were used to fighting alone, even though Shao Shan and the others tried to organize them. They did not see any results in the short term. Shao Shan was extremely anxious, thinking, Tian village has just been built, there is still less than half of it left before it can be completed. This is the first time we are clashing with the demonic path. Tian village is like a flag, it cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will fall, it will be like being hit in the head, we will not be able to raise our heads. If we lose our momentum, who will take the initiative to submit to me in the future? Thinking of this, Shao Shan quickly ordered the demonic path Gu masters to defend Tian village to the death. Shao Shan's thoughts were indeed insightful, but he had greatly overestimated the coordination of demonic path Gu masters. If demonic path Gu masters fought alone with righteous path Gu masters, they usually won more than they lost. But if there were many of them, in a battle of equal numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without coordination, the demonic path Gu masters were just a mob. Facing the huge beast horde, they did not defend themselves, they immediately fell into the situation that Wu Shentong wanted to see the most. At first, large numbers of wild beasts died under the attacks of the demonic path Gu masters. But soon, the overwhelming attacks of the demonic path Gu masters started to weaken and become sparse. After all, mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts broke through the blockade of firepower and attacked the demonic path Gu masters. The demonic path Gu Master's casualties were increasing, the situation was tilting towards the righteous path. Good fight. Amazing, the southern border Gu immortals looked at the battlefield with joy in their eyes. Shao Clan's ancestor had a grim expression as he stared at Shao Shan. Shao Shan was also an experienced person, he knew he could not let the situation continue like this. He quickly shouted, "Rank 5 and Rank 4 Gu Masters, follow me, we will go down the mountain and kill the enslavement path Gu Masters. The rest of you, retreat as you fight." In this situation, the demonic path had suffered huge losses. Although the righteous path had few Gu Masters, they did not lose a single person. Everyone knew that a single person would not be able to gain any benefits. Only by relying on each other could they carve out a bloody path and have a chance to escape. Shao Shan's words were quickly answered by everyone. The difference was, the Rank 4 and Rank 5 Gu Masters gathered around Shao Shan with joy in their hearts. As for the remaining Rank 2 and 3 Gu Masters, their faces were pale. The people who broke out of the encirclement were strong, even if they were not strong enough, they could escape by themselves after breaking out of the encirclement. But the Gu Masters who stayed in the mountain were surrounded by beast groups, there was no way to escape, they could only wait for reinforcements. Only Fang Yuan, although he had a ferocious expression on his face, was calm on the inside. Even if the beast group expanded by 100 times, they could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he was a reborn person, he knew how the situation was developing. Sure enough, the following development was similar to his previous life. In this sudden battle, the demonic path Gu Masters advanced against the beast group, many Gu Masters died in battle along the way. But in the end, they still reached Wuxia Tong. Shao Shan, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, the 3 Rank 5 Gu Masters were forced into a desperate situation, they attacked the righteous path's defensive line. After an intense battle of life and death, the righteous path lost 2 Rank 4 Gu Masters, while Wuxia Tong retreated with heavy injuries. Wu Clan's Rank 4 elder tried his best to stop them. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came to their aid, the demonic path's plan to kill Wuxia Tong did not succeed. They could only retreat to Tian Mountain helplessly. That night, Shao Shan gathered the remnants of the demonic path army in a cave. He was bathed in blood, his eyes were red as he shouted with a hoarse voice, "Wuxia Tong is not dead, he is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will have to face the fearless charge of the beast groups. We have to kill him, otherwise, Tian village will never be rebuilt." After Shao Shan finished speaking, there were very few people who responded. The demonic path Gu Masters had just lost, their morale was very low. One of the Rank 3 Gu Masters said dejectedly, "Leader, let's retreat. The righteous path is too strong, it is natural that we cannot win. As long as there is life, there will be hope. Let's leave this dangerous place first, in the future, we can go to another mountain and rebuild Tian village, it is possible." Just as he finished speaking, Shao Shan's eyes shined with a sharp light, his body moved as he attacked. He raised his blade and killed the demonic path Gu Master who spoke, shouting, "This person has shaken our morale, his death is not to be regretted. Anyone who dares to retreat will end up like him." Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up and walked to Shao Shan's sides, looking at everyone with hostility. The demonic path Gu Masters were intimidated by Shao Shan's aura, they spoke one after another, willing to fight to the death. Shao Shan's expression softened, "I know it is not easy for all of you, you are all heavily injured. But no matter how heavy your injuries are, they are still better than our comrades who sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone, rest in this cave tonight, tomorrow morning, we will gather everyone's strength and charge down the mountain, we will not rest until we kill Wuxia Tong." Everyone quickly agreed, Fang Yuan was also among them, his wounds were still bleeding, of course. This was just a disguise, it was not worth mentioning. The night sky was getting darker, the cave was not big, there was not enough space for the demonic path Gu Masters to sleep. Shao Shan had purposely chosen this cave, it was convenient for everyone to monitor each other. Even if someone needed to relieve themselves, they had to do it in the cave. Soon, the cave was filled with the stench of blood, sweat, and feces. The demonic path Gu immortals tossed and turned, they were worried about tomorrow's battle, they could not sleep. Only one person was snoring, it was Fang Yuan. His snoring echoed throughout the entire cave. Xiao Shan was sleeping with his eyes closed. When he heard this sound, he slowly opened his eyes. After seeing Fang Yuan, he laughed lightly and said loudly, "This heartless fool." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Everyone, don't worry, I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shentong has already been heavily injured by us, he will definitely die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away. If I go against my oath, may the heavens strike me down, I will be hated by all." The demons' morale was boosted, they admired Xiao Shan's heroic spirit. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was wholeheartedly trying to subdue the immortal Gu in his body, and obtain Xiao clan's ancestors' approval. Unless he was at the end of his rope, he would not leave this place. Xiao Shan treated these demonic path Gu masters in the cave as his chess pieces. And he himself was a chess piece of Xiao clan's ancestor, but he did not know it. On this night, as a chess player, Xiao clan's ancestor was also anxious and worried. He was anxious. After today's battle on Etion Mountain, after the results were out, he left his residence and went to a certain mountain peak. He had been standing in the mountain wind for a long time. "Master, Xiao clan's ancestor is asking for an audience, but you refuse to meet him. He is a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has already been standing outside the cave for over 2 hours. If this drags on, it won't be good, right?" Lu Xuanfeng cautiously asked. Chapter 1007. His master, rank 7 lone immortal old man Wuxia, was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Hearing Lu Xuanfeng's voice, he did not move, his eyes still closed. After a long while, Xiao clan's ancestor spoke again, his voice transmitting into the cave. "Brother Wuxia, I am willing to take out another 10 heavenly dragon pearls, please help me this time." Old man Wuxia slowly opened his eyes, saying to Lu Xuanfeng, "Disciple, go to Etion Mountain first and resolve this crisis for Xiao Shan." Lu Xuanfeng quickly knelt down, kowtowing 3 times towards old man Wuxia. "Master, disciple is going." Although he said so, Lu Xuanfeng was still kneeling on the ground, showing no signs of getting up. Old man Wuxia laughed, "With your crafty nature, you are too careful." Saying so, he blew a breath of cold air towards Lu Xuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuanfeng's stomach, lingering there. "This immortal Gu can save your life. Go." Lu Xuanfeng was overjoyed, kowtowing 3 more times. He stood up and said with a cheeky smile, "Disciple is actually thinking for master's sake. It's fine if I lose my life, but master will have no one to serve you in the future, what will you do? Disciple is indebted to master, I have not even repaid him, how can I die so easily? Go, go." Old man Wuxia sighed, waving his hand at Lu Xuanfeng. Wu Shentong led the beast group to attack Etion Mountain. Etion village had just been built when it was destroyed. The demonic path's morale fell. Xiao Shan was determined to counterattack. But that night, rank 5 demonic path Gu master Lu Xuanfeng infiltrated the righteous path camp and killed Wu Shentong, bringing his severed head to Etion Mountain. Xiao Shan was overjoyed. He said to Lu Xuanfeng, "Brother Lu is righteous, we have to thank Brother Lu for saving all of our lives." Lu Xuanfeng was an astute person. He quickly cupped his fists, saying sincerely, "Brother Xiao is too kind. I only picked up a bargain. If not for Brother Xiao and the others fighting bravely and heavily injuring Wu Shentong, how could I have taken his life so easily? If there are 10 parts to this contribution, I only take 1, the remaining 9 belongs to everyone." When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that Lu Xuanfeng was much more pleasing to the eye. Xiao Shan's heart sank. He did not manage to kill Lu Xuanfeng by flattering him, so he quickly changed his words. Stabilize Lu Xuanfeng, and rope him into Tian's stronghold. Just like this, the Righteous Path's first wave of attacks collapsed under the attacks of Xiao Shan, Lu Xuanfeng and the others. Fang Yuan hid at the side and did nothing. From the beginning to the end, he looked on coldly and did not arouse any suspicions. He recalled the information he had gathered in his previous life. It seems that in this life, Wu Shentong is heavily injured but not dead. Xiao Shan's situation is critical. The Xiao clan's old ancestor behind him also went to ask Wuxia Lao to take action. This old man Wuxia is a famous itinerant immortal of the southern border. He had a grudge with the Wu clan. The Xiao clan's old ancestor also invested heavily, causing him to increase the stakes at the last minute, pushing Lu Xuanfeng to Tian Mountain in advance. As for the Wu clan's female immortal, Wu Dangji, she was schemed against and her chosen chess piece lost his life. Although she converted a lot of battle intent, she suffered the greatest loss. The battle between the righteous and demonic sides of Tian Mountain is actually led by the contest of southern borders Gu immortals. Mortals are like ants. Let them scheme against each other. After this battle, the battle intent I converted has already surpassed Xiao Shan. I have become the number one. Like this, Fang Yuan made a huge profit silently. The battle intent that was converted in the dark increased, but no one noticed it. Time passed, the second battle between righteous and demonic erupted. In the first battle, Wu Dangji suffered a loss. She was not resigned to it. Old man Wuxia raised the stakes at the last minute, why couldn't she? Thus, she chose another person and joined forces with Shang clan's Gu immortals, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. Landing on the battlefield of Tian Mountain, Wu clan sent Gu masters to attack Tian Mountain again. At the same time, Shang clan's two newly advanced elders, Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei, also joined them. Both sides challenged each other at the foot of Tian Mountain, both sides won and lost, they were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang went up the mountain together, joining Tian village. These two Gu masters were not simple, they were famous flying masters in southern borders Gu master world. Tian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang, the righteous path invited a female Gu master, Hong Fei Yu. She was also a flying master, but belonged to the righteous path. However, it was difficult for Hong Fei Yu to fight against two flying masters of the demonic Dao alone. At the moment of life and death for Hong Fei Yu, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was white light swordsman Wei Yang. With Shang Yen Fei's help, Wei Yang's aptitude rose, his cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Fei Yu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Fei Yu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang alone, finally stalling for time until the righteous path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuwang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern Border's 3 flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle fell into a deadlock again. However, as second zombie king went up Tian Mountain, enslavement path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked an enslavement path expert like Wu Shentong, they had no choice but to retreat. Thus, the second battle between righteous and demonic ended. Behind the scenes, the southern border Gu immortals schemed and schemed, it was something that mortal Gu masters could not imagine. The only person who understood the situation on Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan, was also silently making a fortune, turning a blind eye to it. He had used Huang Sha's identity and met Wei Yang on the battlefield. This was Shang Yen Fei's capable general, he had once taken care of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing in Shang Clan City. At this moment, Wei Yang had made huge progress, while Fang Yuan had already become an immortal. It could be said that things had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan's converted battle will was already far ahead. The scale was so huge that even if all the southern border Gu immortals' battle will were added together, it would still be slightly inferior to Fang Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble, explosions and explosions could be heard endlessly. The surrounding 100,000 li had turned into a barren land, sand was flying everywhere. There were also deep pits in the wasteland, burning with flames. Chunks of glaciers were piled up, and traces of lightning were scattered about. There were also rivers of blood that flowed wantonly on the battlefield. Because of the rank 8 battle, the original mountainous terrain was completely changed. It was completely changed. And this was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect's base. It was a famous mountain with deep natural Dao marks. Otherwise, the messy battlefield scene would be even more serious. After a round of battle, the Shadow Sect Immortals led by Sword Immortal Bo Qing retreated a distance, breathing roughly. Looking ahead, there were 3 immortal Gu houses floating in the sky. One was Canary Pavilion. Small and exquisite. One was Yuyang Palace, beautiful and magnificent. But the Shadow Sect Immortals' gazes were focused on the immortal Gu house at the center. This immortal Gu house was rank 8, it was called Heavenly Pool. From the outside, it looked like a pond. It was not big at all, it could even be said to be the smallest immortal Gu house in the world. But in this heavenly pool, there were green lotuses and blooming lotuses. Or closed. Inside each lotus, there was an immortal aperture blessed land or grotto heaven. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Heavenly Pool. This was the foundation of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we don't take down Heavenly Pool, Heavenly Lotus Sect's losses will not even be severe. Song Zi Xing said solemnly. But it is too hard to take down. Among the 10 venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most skilled in healing and recovery. This Heavenly Pool has inherited his style. If it is not destroyed in one attack, it will be able to recover in a short period of time. It can even recover. Yumu Chun's expression was grim. 7-star child Immortal Zombie shook his head. Not just Heavenly Pool, the other 2 immortal Gu houses are also in a difficult situation. And Bo Qing is his greatest weakness. He is already in the enemy's hands. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body. This remnant soul was like a wooden barrel. Its greatest weakness was too easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing died because of this. His soul was destroyed by Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. In this life, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing even lost Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Gu was Bo Qing's trump card against Wisdom Path methods when he was alive. After losing it, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing was even more restricted in battle. He was in a passive state. Let's go. We have achieved our goal of delaying them. 7-star child Immortal Zombie retreated first. He turned into a rainbow and left. Bo Qing and the rest followed closely behind. Escaping from fate and attacking the 10 great ancient sects, you are so daring, your crimes are unforgivable. You still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 immortal Gu houses chased after them. From Heavenly Pool, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. It was filled with anger and hatred. 7-star child's expression changed slightly. He said to the other Gu immortals, in this situation, we can only let one person sacrifice his life to stall for time for the rest to escape. I'll go. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. I'll go. Green, Blue, and Song Zi Xing, your battle strength is higher than mine. It will be of great help to our plan. Yumu Chun had a plain expression. He stayed behind. The 3 immortals' gazes flickered. they did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Only Yumu Chun was left behind. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, you overestimate yourself. Hehe, demonic path people are skilled at betraying their friends. You think you can stop us? Who gave you such arrogance? The righteous path Gu immortals shouted furiously. The 3 immortal Gu houses charged over. Yumu Chun showed a smile as if he was facing death calmly. You think we have no arrangements? Saying so, he landed on the ground. A huge Gu formation flickered with dazzling light. The news of this battle could not be concealed by Central Continent. After Fang Yuan learned of it, his gaze flickered. This matter was too different from his previous life. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was not dead. This way, Fang Yuan, who stole his immortal Gu, was definitely a thorn in his side. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his sealed immortal aperture. Inside, there was a mysterious immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was one of the gains Fang Yuan stole from immortal zombie Bo Qing. But the truth was, this immortal Gu's original owner was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Precisely because this immortal Gu was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan could use Mo Yao's fake will to refine this immortal Gu so quickly. As for the other sword path immortal Gu, their true owner was Bo Qing. They contained a large amount of Bo Qing's will. Thus, when Fang Yuan used the same Gu formation to refine these immortal Gu, he would need to spend a lot more time. Forget about these sword path immortal Gu, they will not be able to make it in time for this battle. As for this mysterious immortal Gu, I have been investigating it these last days, but even with land spirit of Langia, I did not gain anything. Right now, righteous and demonic have fought for the 6th time. The scale of my battle will in the immortal Gu house is probably over 30 times the total number of southern border Gu immortals. If I were to fight with them now, I would be able to wipe out the southern border's battle intent in less than the time it takes for an incense to burn. Even among southern border's Gu immortals, there were many who had wisdom path attainment. But so what? Not mentioning Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, just the scale of his battle will was enough to give him an absolute advantage. Southern border's Gu immortals had already lost all hope, there was no chance of victory. It could be said that these Gu immortals were no longer a concern. But Fang Yuan was still filled with worry. After so long, there is still some pure battle will left in the immortal Gu house. I wonder how many of them there are left. Can I make it in time? Fang Yuan raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky was dark and hazy. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. The pure battle will in graceful chaotic duel stage far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to collect the immortal Gu house and leave in a carefree manner. But now, time had already dragged on. When would it end? Chapter 1008. Time passed, more than a month passed. In southern border, be it the Gu immortal world or the mortal world, all of their attention was focused on one place. This place was Etion Mountain. Under the incitement of the Gu immortals behind the scenes, countless righteous path and demonic path Gu masters joined the two sides. The 7th righteous and demonic confrontation had already ended. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path supply line. When the righteous path was in danger, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box Gu to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Southern border's super forces, Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan, and others, all of their clan leaders appeared and joined the battlefield. In this battlefield, rank 3 Gu masters were like bystanders, the rarely seen rank 4 Gu masters were everywhere, while rank 5 Gu masters were the main battle strength. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. 7-colored light shined dazzlingly, forming a cocoon of light. Crack crack, a series of crisp sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light. Old Man Inkstone had a haggard expression, but his gaze was filled with joy. Under his ardent anticipation, the cocoon of light finally exploded. A naked young man appeared in front of Old Man Inkstone. He floated in the air with his eyes closed, as if he was in deep sleep. Old Man Xianxia hurriedly took a few steps forward, using his hand to caress the young man's robust body, from his thighs to his chest, and then to his cheeks. Old Man Inkstone could not conceal his excitement, his fingers were trembling as he stroked the young man. He muttered, "Success. I really succeeded. I recreated Renzu's method, using the dream realm to create a brand new 10 extreme physique. This is the moment of history. Ha ha ha." Old Man Inkstone laughed before calming down. "You were born from the dream realm, you created something from nothing. You used rule path become true immortal goo. Let's call it the pure dream reality seeker physique." Saying so, Old Man Inkstone flipped his palm and took out a lump of soul. This soul was as black as ink and immediately flew into the pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone waited for a moment. There was still no movement from the pure dream reality seeker physique. His brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on? Still not waking up? It doesn't make sense. He quickly inspected it, and after a while, he let out a long sigh. Looks like this pure dream reality seeker physique is indeed flawed. There were many dream path Dao marks on his body, they actually formed a force in his body. Any soul that entered it, they will gradually fall into a deep sleep and their memories will be erased. What should we do? Elder Inkstone paced around anxiously. The lifespan of the pure dream reality seeker physique is already decreasing. Time was limited, so I didn't have enough time to study it in detail and solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the pure dream reality seeker physique finally opened his eyes slowly and woke up. He looked at Elder Inkstone in ignorance. Then, he looked around, his eyes wide open, revealing an incomparably naive expression. Elder Inkstone felt regret. He had spent a lot of effort and methods to finally awaken the soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique, resolving the flaw of the soul falling into a deep sleep. But the memories contained in the soul were almost completely gone. But it doesn't matter. The pure dream reality seeker physique body is a consumable to begin with, the quick increase in rank 9 battle strength is the trump card to protect the core. As long as this plan succeeds, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's flaw is nothing. What's the big deal? Thinking of this, Old Man Xianxia faintly smiled, a pair of black eyes staring at him, sizing him up, his tone difficult to hide his appreciation. Good. Good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique body, you are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Many of Bo Qing's immortal goo were stolen, his battle strength fell. You will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Who am I? Wuxia asked curiously. You are me, I am you. I am Elder Inkstone, and you shall be called Wuxia. Elder Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Wuxia's mind. Wuxia felt a surge of information flowing into his heart. Elder Inkstone continued, remember, you only have 18 hours to live. Every 2 hours, your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited, I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it has no offensive power, it is the peak of dream path in the current 5 regions, it is at the forefront of the current era. Even those celestial court goo immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, one move can dominate the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a goo immortal, I will give you a complete set of goo worms, you need to practice it then. Southern border, Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan, who was recuperating on the bed, suddenly shook, he opened his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes, but it soon became calm again. He looked around, there were many injured people on the beds, chatting. Some healing Gu masters were moving around the injured, some were healing them, while others were checking if their injuries were worsening. The air was filled with the smell of blood, lingering in the air for a long time. After the seventh righteous and demonic confrontation, Tian village's sick area was filled with injured people. Now that both sides had stopped fighting, both righteous and demonic sides were licking their wounds and recuperating. Thus, there were fewer and fewer injured people in the sick area. Most of them recovered from their injuries and walked out on their own. But a portion of them were too injured to recover and died here. People loved life and hated death. This sick area became a place that demonic path Gu masters avoided. However, Fang Yuan did not mind it at all. He purposely got injured, he also disguised his injuries as if they were serious. Familiar face could even deceive rank 8 Gu immortals, not to mention these mortal Gu masters on Tian Mountain. This was the best place that Fang Yuan had found to convert the pure battle will of the immortal Gu house. It was only in this place that he could openly lie down, calm down, and transform his battle intent almost constantly. Even though there were people coming and going, they could not threaten Fang Yuan, who was a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan's strategy had shown results at that moment. After spending so much time, the battle will of graceful chaotic duel stage has finally been completely converted by me. Next, it is time to eliminate the battle will of other Gu immortals. I am the sole ruler. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he did not hesitate and immediately took action. Inside the immortal Gu house, his battle will created a tsunami that instantly drowned the other battle wills. The battle wills of these southern border Gu immortals were fighting for themselves, they could not react in time and were engulfed and destroyed by Fang Yuan's battle will. At once, Fang Yuan poked a hornet's nest. The southern border Gu immortals were shocked and furious, some screamed, some flew out of the cave, some were dazed, not daring to believe this was real. They communicated and immediately understood that someone had not participated in the bet, he had secretly converted his battle will and deceived all the southern border Gu immortals. The southern border Gu immortals' anger and hatred could not be extinguished even if 3 rivers were poured into them. All their previous efforts had been for naught. The plot to plot against others now seemed like a joke. Who is it? Who dares to trick us like this? Find him and kill him. He is openly challenging the whole of southern borders Gu immortal world. Not just kill him, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive, I will extract his soul and torture him for 1,000 years. The southern border Gu immortals had aggressive auras as they surrounded Tian Mountain. They could no longer hide their traces, countless overwhelming auras rose rapidly and enveloped the whole of Tian Mountain. The righteous and demonic path Gu masters were dumbfounded. This, what is happening? Immortals, are they immortals? Such powerful auras, they are the legendary Gu immortals. To think that I would be able to witness it in my lifetime. So many immortals, is this a scheme of the righteous, demonic, path? The Gu masters of both sides fell into chaos, their respective camps were filled with commotion. It is useless. There is a forbidden zone here, you don't have the immortal aperture's sealing method, how can you enter? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. But on the surface, he had a panicked expression, he acted like the people around him. At this crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not be careless. The forbidden zone could keep Gu immortals out, but it only targeted the immortal aperture, it did not affect immortal Gu. This meant that Gu immortals could attack Tian Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out. You have the guts to take our things, but don't have the guts to admit it? The Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, their shouts were like thunder that resounded in the world. Even Tian Mountain was shaking from these shouts, not to mention the mortal Gu masters. Including the rank 5 Gu masters, many of them had pale expressions and were shivering. Fang Yuan's disguise did not reveal any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he immediately led the battle will army and started to take over graceful chaotic duel stage. This process needed some time. However, Fang Yuan was not worried that the southern border Gu immortals would attack without saying a word. For righteous path Gu immortals, they had to protect their reputation and would not commit such a massacre. Among the demonic path Gu immortals, some placed their immortal Gu on their pawns, like how Shao clan's ancestor left immortal Gu on Shao Shan. Immortal Gu were very fragile, even a child could crush Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. If they disregarded everything and attacked Tian Mountain, these immortal Gu would be destroyed. As for lone immortals like old man Wuxia, his beloved disciple Lu Xuanfeng was trapped on Tian Mountain. How could he easily make a move? More and more Gu worms fell into Fang Yuan's hands. The secret of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage was revealed in Fang Yuan's mind. So this immortal Gu house is a time path immortal Gu house. It can use the power of time path to seal any attacks from the outside world, and then use it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, what an ingenious idea. Chapter 1009. The specific reason could no longer be verified. All in all, the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage had suppressed the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie for so many years, the two had reached a delicate balance. The immortal Gu house was almost ownerless, it was filled with pure battle will. Right now, Fang Yuan had completely turned his battle will into his own, and even pushed out the other southern border Gu immortals. Since rebirth, he had planned for a long time, and his wish had finally been fulfilled. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. But at the same time, he could not help but feel nervous. Faster, faster. Fang Yuan urged himself inwardly. Even though the battle will was his, he still needed some time to take over the immortal Gu house. At this time, Fang Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border Gu immortals took things too hard and directly attacked Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to resist and be exposed. The southern border Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, anger and hatred filled their hearts. If they really found Fang Yuan, they would definitely attack together and tear Fang Yuan into pieces, turning him into bone paste. Their feelings were completely understandable. After all, these months, these Gu immortals had put in all their effort to fight for first place. They had used all sorts of methods to seize the immortal Gu house. But in the end, the hope in their hearts crumbled. The immortal Gu house that they yearned for day and night had already become someone else's. If Fang Yuan followed the rules of the bet and defeated the immortals step by step, the immortals would have time to accept this fact. But Fang Yuan was sneakily ignoring them, leaving them at the side. This act of seizing the immortal Gu house, in the eyes of the southern border Gu immortals, was no different from robbery. It was extremely treacherous and shameless. What did their efforts count for? It was completely useless. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not attack, they used all sorts of investigative methods. In just a short while, Fang Yuan felt dozens of ripples sweeping past his body. He was naturally even more nervous, his muscles and tendons were twitching uncontrollably, his hair was standing on end. Even though he had the immortal killer move familiar face. But it was only an improved version. Even if it was the original version, it could not guarantee that Gu immortals would be able to decipher it. Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. But in terms of deceiving a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was not very confident. Time ticked by. It flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, all kinds of thoughts were surging like a tidal wave. As the immortal Gu house was gradually taken over by Fang Yuan, the internal structure of graceful chaotic dual stage was clearly displayed in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan made use of his time, trying his best to identify these immortal Gu and mortal Gu. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was a huge help to him at this crucial moment. Using these immortal Gu and mortal Gu, Fang Yuan deduced all sorts of aspects of the immortal Gu house. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage. In a very short period of time, he had grown from nothing to something, advancing by leaps and bounds. I did it! Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. At this moment, he had finally succeeded, completely taking over the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage. This Immortal Gu House had completely become his. Fang Yuan could move this Immortal Gu House with just a thought. Bam! Right at this time, the ward's door was kicked and smashed. Xiao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng and the other rank 5 Gu Immortals led a large group of people. They charged in with a fierce aura. This, and that, they are all suspicious characters. Kill them all. Xiao Shan was filled with killing intent, he pointed at the 3 beds and shouted. It turned out that the southern border Gu Immortals were not only frantically investigating, they had also sent their own pawns to the camps of the righteous and demonic sides. They launched a bloody purge. Anyone who was suspected by the Gu Immortals would be killed, so as to provoke the mastermind Fang Yuan, who deserved to be cut into pieces. The southern border Gu Immortals were anxious. Even if their identities were exposed, they could not care less about the truth of the Battle of Etion Mountain. Although they did not see through my familiar face, I am still suspected? Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. Among the 3 suspects that Xiao Shan had pointed out, Fang Yuan was one of them. Looking at the rank 5 Gu Master Sun Pang who charging towards him with a sinister smile, Fang Yuan's heart was calm, he was not nervous at all. Of course, on the surface, Fang Yuan still showed a confused and angry expression, shouting, "What are you doing? I am not a spy of the righteous path. I don't care if you are or not." Sun Pang who shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and kicking Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan's chest immediately caved in, his heart ruptured and large amounts of blood gushed out. Fang Yuan gave a miserable cry, raising his hand to counterattack. But he was sent flying by Sun Pang whose punch. Bam! Fang Yuan's corpse crashed into the wall and slid down, collapsing on the ground, his eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Let's go to the next area. After dealing with this, Xiao Shan waved his hand and led everyone away in an imposing manner. What was left were the panicking wounded and the corpses of 3 unlucky people. Fang Yuan naturally did not die. This was only a disguise. The disguise of familiar face, although limited to a human form, could easily show the appearance of death. Fang Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage was not enough, there was still one more thing for Fang Yuan to deal with. That was to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still a lot of immortal essence left in graceful chaotic duel stage. Fang Yuan activated the Immortal Gu House and combined with his battle will, forming a grand force that attacked the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie suddenly opened its eyes and resisted intensely. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart, it is not so easy after all. He was not surprised. Because in his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had taken the initiative to come out. The great strength true martial immortal zombie's reaction was also one of the scenarios that Fang Yuan had deduced. The strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Fang Yuan would not let it go so easily, he had prepared many methods to deal with this situation. But just as he was about to make a move, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky, the ground also started to shake. The southern border Gu Immortals were uncertain, they shouted, "What is going on? This seems to be the sign of a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Why would a calamity and tribulation descend for no reason? Is someone undergoing tribulation again? Who cares who is undergoing tribulation? What I am most concerned about now is to find that thief who stole the Immortal Gu House." Fang Yuan was also very surprised, it is not time yet, how could it be early? Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already descended, is Shadow Sect still far away? Fang Yuan knew that the situation was bad, he could not help but hesitate. The calamity and tribulation started early, is it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow sect is mysterious and powerful, should I retreat? Actually, at this time, giving up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie was not a bad idea. After all, in this world, there was not only the great strength true martial immortal zombie here, there was also He Lulan. Even if He Lulan and Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement. But as long as the alliance agreement's time limit was up, or information path methods were used to break the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could deal with He Lulan. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lulan. Because He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness behind her. But now, Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu House. As long as he did not care about his immortal essence, he could suppress these 3 female Gu immortals, no matter if they were rank 7, rank 8, or even one of the 10 extreme physiques. With the immortal Gu House in hand, Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. However, it would be a pity if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, even if she tries to harm He Lulan, that is in the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? How can I guarantee that it will succeed? The alliance agreement was just signed. If I give up on this place and deal with He Lulan, I am afraid a long delay will lead to trouble. Just as he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old Man Inkstone appeared, leading the 10 extreme Gu immortals to form the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The southern border Gu immortals were heavily surrounded. After a moment of shock, they became even more furious. A Gu immortal shouted, "Who are you? Are you the one who caused the immortal Gu House?" A rank 8 Gu immortal snorted coldly, "Cowards, show your true face if you dare. I want to see who dares to scheme against me in southern border." Old Man Inkstone looked at the deities of southern border and sneered in disdain. He then turned around and looked at Wuxia. "I have told you everything I need to tell you, remember it well." Wuxia blinked innocently, nodding, "Go and die, don't worry about me." He had only been born for 12 hours and his cultivation level had reached rank 6, becoming a Gu immortal. But towards the world and the concept of life and death, he was still very ignorant. Old Man Inkstone shook his head helplessly. His original intention was naturally not to create such a helper. It is a pity that my human path attainment cannot compare to Renzu. Renzu's 10 extreme physiques can live forever. The pure dream reality seeker physique I created can only live for 18 hours. Even though I have gotten rid of the weakness of the soul hibernating, the memories in the soul will still be gradually erased by the dream path Dao marks. This way, even if he forcefully imparted knowledge to Wuxia, it would be useless. The more he imparted, the faster he would forget them. Only by letting him remember them would there be a slight effect. Old Man Inkstone concealed the regret in his heart. "I will go now, but before I die, I will make a divination for you. Be careful of your own people." Old Man Inkstone said his final words as his body turned into a cloud of sand, dissipating in the wind. Along with his soul, many Shadow Sect Gu immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the formation. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had been greatly perfected under the heroic sacrifices of many Gu immortals, reaching 90% completion. Southern Border's Gu immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, these Southern Border Gu immortals were shocked and shocked. Above their heads, the 1,000-pearl light tribulation descended from the sky. Southern Border's Gu immortals temporarily gave up on breaking out. They turned to deal with the incoming tribulation. To be continued. Chapter 10:10. Shadow Sect also came earlier. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, speechless. Although he wanted to act earlier, after putting it into practice, he realized that the plan was perfect, but the reality made him helpless. In his previous life, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals only appeared after the Southern Border Gu immortals resisted several waves of calamities and tribulations. But in this life, the Shadow Sect Gu immortals also set up the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation ahead of time. Since this formation was formed, Fang Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The reason was simple. The worst situation had already occurred. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel immortal goo was also ineffective in this formation. A 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, even the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage would have to spend a lot of effort to break out. Fang Yuan had resolved many battlefield killer moves, especially in Eastern Sea's Yulu Blessed Land. He had broken many of them. But the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land were exquisite, but without anyone controlling them, they were inanimate objects. Even if someone was controlling them, their strongest state could not compare to even 1% of this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Fang Yuan was not a formation path goo immortal, nor was he proficient in formation path, but he still had this level of insight. If he went out now, he would definitely become the target of everyone. The southern border goo immortals would not let Fang Yuan off, and the shadow sect goo immortals would not let the immortal goo house be taken away by Fang Yuan. Suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie, then look for an opportunity to use the immortal goo house to forcefully break out. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The sudden appearance of the shadow sect goo immortals helped Fang Yuan to a certain extent. If not for their appearance, the southern border goo immortals would have placed their attention on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mental and physical pressure eased, he had more energy to deal with the great strength true martial immortal zombie. What shocked Fang Yuan was that this immortal zombie still had a lot of strength left. Facing Fang Yuan's relentless attacks, he activated his immortal goo and roused his battle intent. The resistance was extremely firm and intense. For a moment, Fang Yuan was actually at a loss for words. This immortal zombie is very astute. Earlier, he used battle will to refine the immortal goo house. The result was a failure. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he fell into a deep sleep. He was accumulating power in his slumber, probably hoping to awaken one day and make use of his previous accumulations. Fang Yuan guessed. He couldn't help but admire his opponent. If it was a strength path great strength true martial immortal zombie, it would not have this method. But this immortal zombie was very different. He had such great talent in strength path, but he actually abandoned it and cultivated wisdom path. No one knew what he was thinking. But Fang Yuan was clear that it was his wisdom path methods that allowed him to forcefully create a loophole in this situation where he was bound to lose. Maybe this immortal zombie woke up. He had woken up and fallen asleep many times. That was how he managed to accumulate so much fighting spirit. But in his slumber, the immortal goo house purified his fighting spirit. If not for Fang Yuan's interference, according to this development, this immortal zombie would definitely be able to escape. Not only could he escape, he could even obtain graceful chaotic duel stage. Unfortunately, his plan had failed. Fang Yuan had gotten it first. While Fang Yuan was dealing with this great strength true martial immortal zombie, the situation on Tian Mountain was also developing rapidly. Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation, Profound Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beast Calamity, Dragon Roar Tribulation, For Blazing Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. A series of calamities and tribulations. Just like in his previous life, they were getting more and more terrifying. Southern Borders goo immortals suffered heavy losses. It was not that they did not try to break out. But how could they break out of the 90% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation? Just like in his previous life. They thought Wuxia was the greatest weakness, but in the end, they were hit by lead soul into dream immortal killer move and had to return in defeat. Afterwards, they placed their hopes on the calamities and tribulations, hoping that they could destroy the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. But shadow sects goo immortals took the initiative to attack. As time passed, under the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage, the great strength true martial immortal zombies' resistance became weaker and weaker. When Fang Yuan gradually saw hope, the southern border Gu immortals were already in complete despair. Almost all of them were dead. If they were not killed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie battle formation, they were drowned by the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Only 2 rank 8s were left. They were heavily injured and were running around like headless flies in the gaps between the calamities and shadow sects attacks, struggling at death's door. At this point, Fang Yuan was also helpless. It was not that he did not try to help these southern border Gu immortals. He had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie yet. He naturally hoped these southern border Gu immortals could stall for some time. Not long ago, he had secretly transmitted to these Gu immortals, trying to inform them of Wuxia's power. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already covered the surrounding 10,000 li of Tian mountain. Not only did it restrict space, it also muted sound. Fang Yuan could not think of a way. Fang Yuan also tried other methods, but they all failed. After a few attempts, Fang Yuan wisely gave up, focusing his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie again. At the same time, at a higher place in the sky, there was a tall and pure white tower floating quietly. Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Tower Lord, the southern border Gu immortals are almost all dead, should we make a move? Baichen Tian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze penetrated the battlefield below and reflected in his mind. Such a powerful formation. This formation looks like an ancient battle formation, but it is actually set up using the Dao marks of the 10 extreme physiques. It uses humans as the formation, but its essence is a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a weakness: it lacks the final strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie. If the 10 extremes gather, it will be troublesome. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord evaluated. No wonder these people from Shadow Sect are trying all sorts of methods to obtain that great strength true martial immortal zombie below the mountain. Lian Jiaoxing realized at once. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to obtain the great strength true martial immortal zombie. We need to get past the obstacle of graceful chaotic duel stage. Let's not rush to make a move. Bo Qing and the rest have not appeared yet. We have 13 Gu immortals and 1 immortal Gu house Heaven Overseeing Tower. But we have to travel through the 5 regional walls in White Heaven. Our conditions are not complete yet. The other party has yet to make a move. Let them be busy for a while. Even though the southern border Gu immortals are exterminated, aren't there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Humph, that person did not stay down there and wanted to come out. He has angered Providence. This grand calamity and earthly calamity will be even more terrifying towards the end. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appear. He had no choice but to kill it quickly. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Fang Yuan and could not move. It did not appear. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Even though he had 12 companions with him, they were all like-minded people with rank 8 cultivation level. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to be rash. Celestial Court is not making a move yet. Far away, Bo Qing looked at the sky with a solemn expression. In his previous life, he was forced into a corner and could not attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could only attack Combat Immortal Sect, but Shadow Sect's arrangements were all useless. But in this life, there was a difference. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie was not dead. Together with him, Yumu Chun, and Song Zixing, they formed an immortal killer move, allowing Bo Qing to quickly appear in Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was also Shadow Sect's plan. Bo Qing and the rest stalled for some time before retreating. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to fool. He felt uneasy. Once he returned to Celestial Court, he used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make deductions. He also deduced the crucial location of Tian Mountain. he quickly gathered Gu immortals and even brought out Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing here without stopping. Since he is not making a move, we will go first. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path Gu worm. Bo Qing nodded, let me go first. At the next moment, bright light soared to the sky, a huge immortal Gu house appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal Gu house was hidden in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. He did not know what method it used, he had not detected it earlier. Under everyone's gazes, the immortal Gu house flew to the sky and crashed towards Tian Mountain. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen, his eyes were shining with a cold light. Immortal Gu house Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth, to think that at the crucial moment, Sacred Feather City, which originally belonged to the Featherman Gu immortals, would appear here. The moment this city appeared, Fang Yuan felt uneasy. Now that he saw this huge immortal Gu house pouncing towards him, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling, he was about to succeed, he only needed a bit more effort. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already in danger, he could not hold on for much longer. But now, he had to stop. Sacred Feather City directly crashed towards him, Fang Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to resist it. If the immortal Gu house was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The degree of activation was different, the amount of immortal essence expended, and the battle strength was also different. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, a rank 9 immortal Gu house, would be sliced off by Bo Qing's sword light before it was fully activated. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, rise. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, he stopped disguising himself and showed his true body. Tian Mountain instantly collapsed, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was like a crimson meteor, flying towards the sky. It was also a space path Gu worm, it burst out with an intense formless force, in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was sucked into Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan was officially in control of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. A mere Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, he waved his hand and a cloud of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence flew out. Rank 9 immortal essence from Giant Sun Immortal, this was not just for show. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was originally covered in crimson light. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was expended, this crimson light was like a volcano erupting, shooting out 50 to 60 feet. What? Bo Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, cried out in shock. With an earth-shattering explosion, Sacred Feather City was sent flying by Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. Large numbers of city wall bricks fell down, turning into Gu worm corpses in the air, scattering with the wind. Without any suspense, Fang Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 10-11. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City, he naturally did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was controlling it. Using this chance, Fang Yuan maneuvered Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, making a turn in the air before crashing down on Tian Mountain. Along the way, calamities and tribulations rained down on Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, creating loud noises. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's defense was enough to withstand the calamities and tribulations, it charged down without a care. Right now, Tian Mountain had already collapsed, turning into ruins. The demonic path Gu masters on Tian Mountain naturally suffered heavy casualties. As far as the eye could see, it was a tragic sight to behold, and it was a scene of misery. Fang Yuan glanced at them, not looking at these ant-like mortals anymore. His eyes shined with a cold light, the situation was already like this, he could not let it go. He had failed to suppress it earlier, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was about to charge down, when suddenly, a second immortal Gu house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal Gu house was black in color, emitting a metallic luster. Its appearance was also that of a castle. But it was not a glorious sacred city like Sacred Feather City, it was a battle fortress made of steel. For example, if Sacred Feather City was an elegant royal noble young master, then this Immortal Gu house was an iron-blooded general in heavy armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had to make full use of every second. The more time he had for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, the more he could recover to his peak state. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two Immortal Gu houses collided fiercely. A majestic wave of chi suddenly exploded. It swept in all directions. As the air wave spread, mountain rocks were shaken. The corpses of Gu masters were mixed in. The two Immortal Gu houses fell into a deadlock. Despite graceful chaotic dual stages momentum, this iron fortress Immortal Gu house was barely able to resist it. Both sides were competing. The iron fortress Immortal Gu house was slowly retreating. Graceful chaotic dual stage was losing strength. Graceful chaotic dual stage is a rank 7 Immortal Gu house, this one is likely also rank 7 and is specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a flash of realization. He sighed, knowing that the golden opportunity was fleeting. Although he tried his best to grasp it, he was unable to do so due to the enemy's obstruction. This period of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately decided to retreat and leave this troublesome place. Turning around, the graceful chaotic dual stage soared into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly into the sky. Instead, he fiercely crashed towards the southeast. The third and fourth Immortal Gu houses appeared one after another. These two Immortal Gu houses were small, one was covered in bloodlight and was shaped like a war chariot, while the other was filled with eerie energy and had grey tiles and white walls. Four Immortal Gu houses surrounded Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan charged left and right. Obstructed by the four Immortal Gu houses, he could not use his full strength and could not charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had not expected this. Shadow sect actually made such a huge move. An Immortal Gu house was already a rare item. Shadow sect actually took out 4 Immortal Gu houses at once, not sparing any price. What was Shadow sect trying to do? Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The enemy was extremely strong. But the situation had not reached despair yet, because one side had not made a move yet. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Since Shadow sect made their move in advance, would the Celestial Court not be able to deduce it? Even if they did not, according to this time, it should have arrived. When the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals make a move, the situation would become chaotic, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to take advantage of it. But why are the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals still not making a move? Fang Yuan's thoughts changed, and he took the initiative to suppress graceful chaotic dual stage's power. The Immortal Gu house that was erupting with red light was like a strong and vigorous man, gradually turning into a withered old man. At once, the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage was suppressed by the 4 Immortal Gu houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the dazzling white light in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes gradually faded. He had just used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make a deduction, and it had just ended. There was a cold smile at the corner of his lips. The one controlling the graceful chaotic dual stage is an otherworldly demon. Surname Guyue, name Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower was actually done by this person. This person seems to have an unclear relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't look at how he is being suppressed now, he is just putting on an act to lure us into making a move. Oh. Then it seems that this Fang Yuan and the Shadow sect are friends or foes? Is their intense battle just a show? Lian Jiaosheng asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in the relationship between Fang Yuan and the Shadow sect, it is not important at all. Since he wants to lure us into making a move, then let us make a move. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation below is the crux of the enemy's plan. I have already deduced that they have already obtained the final crucial immortal zombie. Everyone, follow me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation, we will foil the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's call was filled with battle intent. The celestial quartz goo immortals beside him had solemn expressions as they moved together. A pillar of light burst out, directly attacking the 10 extreme formation. I had wanted to use Fang Yuan to numb the celestial quartz goo immortals and stall for time. It seems that this shallow scheme cannot deceive the celestial quartz goo immortals. Let's move. Envoy Blue, 7-star child immortal zombie, ordered after observing the situation of the Shadow sect. Good, the celestial court is finally making a move. Fang Yuan was just about to be happy when he saw 3 immortal goo houses appear. A pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. A pavilion with white light fluttering in the wind. An altar with golden light flickering in the wind. The 3 immortal goo houses worked together to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when were immortal goo houses so worthless? They were moving out one by one, what were they trying to do? The bad feeling in Fang Yuan's heart intensified. He had thought. The Battle of Tian Mountain was a deep pond. But he did not expect. This was actually an ocean. The waters here were too deep. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, a battle of this scale could only be counted on one hand. Good, good, good. Sacred Feather City, Indestructible Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar, 7 immortal goo houses were forced out by my attack. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded from within Heaven Overseeing Tower. He revealed the names of the Shadow sect's immortal goo houses one by one. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. Now, I will show you the true power of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, shaking the heavens. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Activated at full force. Without any warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic dual stage, could only see white at this moment. It was all light. White light. It filled the world, the earth, all directions, the universe, and the sky. This light seemed harmless. Fang Yuan did not even feel a trace of danger. What kind of attack is this? When the white light dissipated, Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He took a look. His whole body shook. In the sky, the broken walls of the immortal goo houses were falling down. These broken bricks and tiles gradually turned into countless goo worms as they fell. Not a single goo worm survived. The corpses of these goo worms. They floated in the wind and scattered everywhere. The most peculiar thing was, from the outside. These dead goo worms had no injuries, but they did not have any aura. The 3 immortal goo houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, and Golden Altar had already collapsed. As for the remaining immortal goo houses, they were all heavily injured. But overall, Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage suffered the least damage. Did the Celestial Court purposely stop attacking me? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a look at graceful chaotic dual stage before turning his gaze to the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. That attack earlier was a peerless attack formed from the activation of Fate Immortal Goo. This was an attack that contained the power of Fate. Fate. If it was not fated, it could not be obtained no matter how hard you tried. Don't beg for it. If fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be blocked. Originally, it could have broken the 10 extreme formation, but the 3 immortal Goo houses disregarded their own sacrifices and endured the attack. In contrast, Wuxia had already flown out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His original position was taken by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, such a huge commotion came out the moment I escaped. Ha ha ha, I like it. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he pointed at heaven overseeing tower in the sky, shouting, "Little bastards of the celestial court, come. Come and entertain me with my rebirth." The 100% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completely activated. Dark clouds appeared, covering the entire battlefield and spreading out rapidly, as if there was no end to them. The 10 extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds and fog, vanishing without a trace. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation like specks of starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind by the southern border Goo immortals after they died. The immortal apertures went deep into the dark clouds and gathered together. Countless Goo worms, both immortal Goo and mortal Goo, flew around in the dark clouds. At this point, Fang Yuan finally realized something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation's true essence is a refinement path formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They are actually using the immortal apertures of southern border Goo immortals as Goo materials. This method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty Goo immortals were now ants, casually executed and used to refine Goo. Even Fang Yuan, with his previous life's 500 years of experience, had never seen such a scene. Shadow Sect was a mysterious organization, hidden in the back of history. Its true objective, the plan that had been plotting for countless years, was finally revealed at this moment. Chapter 10-12. You actually activated this formation right under our noses. Even if you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. So be it if you do not care about us. Such a heaven-defying action, Providence is clear, how can we let you succeed? Heaven overseeing tower Lord roared, once again combining the strength of the celestial court's immortals, activating heaven overseeing tower's strongest attack. Hold on. The Shadow Sect immortals, who had expected this, activated their immortal Goo houses and charged into the sky. The world turned white. An attack from fate could not be defended. After regaining his senses, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning purple and gold. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still restricted by this world. The injuries he suffered were only slightly less than others. Looking again, Fang Yuan found that Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, and Nightmare Castle, these 3 immortal Goo houses, had completely broken apart, turning into fragments that fell from the sky. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, also suffered heavy damage. Over 1,000 mortal Goo died, 2 immortal Goo were heavily injured and on the verge of death. They could not be used anymore. 3 of the 7 stage corners were also destroyed. But Fang Yuan was cheering in his heart. He hoped that Celestial Court's side would continue to exert their strength and break this 10 extreme formation. Once there was a gap, he could escape. The situation was becoming clearer. Evidently, Celestial Court's Goo immortals were here to target Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Celestial Court's Goo immortals might not be able to make a move. Under Fang Yuan's anticipation, Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was floating in the sky, once again shone with white light. The light became thicker and thicker. When it reached its limit, it would erupt with Fate's attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would be broken without a doubt. A gust of wind blew as Sacred Feather City charged towards Feng Yuan. You are not going to deal with Celestial Court's Gu immortals, but instead come to deal with me. Feng Yuan sneered, but did not fight the other party head-on. He craftily controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging all around, waiting for the Celestial Court's Gu immortals to attack again. Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook violently. All of a sudden, the accumulated white halo exploded and completely disappeared. Heaven Overseeing Tower's body was covered in wounds. The Celestial Court Gu immortals inside the tower. They even vomited blood, suffering from the backlash. Within Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie's voice resounded, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap. At this moment, in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect Gu immortals, led by 7-star child immortal zombie, Bo Qing immortal zombie, and Ing Wuxia. Even though the other 6 immortal Gu houses were destroyed, Shadow Sect's Gu immortals used some space path methods to escape. They gathered in the final immortal Gu house, Sacred Feather City. After all, they had the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation and the Shadow Sect had been planning for a long time. They had the geographical advantage, so it was not surprising that they could achieve this. How can this be? Feng Yuan was bewildered at this sight. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Celestial Court Gu immortals reacted one after another. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal Gu house, how could it be so heavily damaged? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not make a move, Heaven Overseeing Tower itself had a problem. There is a traitor in our Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim, he stared at Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After Sword Immortal Bo Qing awakened, his sword light rampaged in Central Continent, cutting Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from corroding more Gu worms and causing greater damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower with Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord himself had no problem, but the person who had the problem. It was definitely Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After getting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's reminder, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals reacted in time. They pulled away from the 2 suspects and surrounded them. Wait! How can I be a traitor of Shadow Sect? Bai Chen Tian was furious. He tried to explain, to join Celestial Court, we need to go through layers of tests and tests. Celestial Court has been established for 3 million years, when has there ever been a traitor? This might be a method of Shadow Sect. The most urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We need to hurry and destroy this refinement path formation. We cannot fall for Shadow Sect's delaying plot. Bai Chen Tian had a sincere expression, he could not conceal his anxiety. Ha ha ha, Lian Jiusheng suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. His tone was frigid as he said, it's precisely because it was created 3 million years ago that even the strictest tests and tests are outdated. How hard is it to infiltrate Celestial Court? Lian Jiusheng, you! Bai Chen Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiusheng is a traitor. Are you Lian Jiusheng, or him? The Celestial Court Gu immortals felt like they were facing a great enemy, but no one acted rashly. In this world, there has never been a Lian Jiusheng. Even if you want to stop me from being a rank 9 immortal Gu house, you will have to get past me first. Saying this, Lian Jiusheng died. A gust of fresh green wind blew out from his body. Winds of assimilation. After his identity was exposed, Lian Jiusheng actually committed suicide and destroyed his immortal aperture, forming the winds of assimilation. Such a heroic act, just like Qin Bai Sheng. The winds of assimilation could assimilate everything, it was no small matter. But thankfully, this was the interior of the rank 9 immortal Gu house Heaven Overseeing Tower, the winds of assimilation had not formed yet, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and the rest were flustered as they suppressed the winds of assimilation. But Lian Jiusheng's death was not as simple as this winds of assimilation. Since there was an enemy traitor in Celestial Court, was it just Lian Jiusheng? Was there someone else? The United Celestial Court Gu Immortals were now facing a crisis of trust. Celestial Court's inspection methods have not been improved for many years. With that person's methods, it is not impossible to sneak into Celestial Court. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal said solemnly. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower heavily damaged? More people were concerned about this question. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower has already been destroyed. The previous attack cannot be used again. If we use it forcefully, Heaven Overseeing Tower will collapse first. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said this and heaved a long sigh. If not for Fate Gu's incomplete state, Shadow Sect would not have succeeded in this. Needless to say, this traitor planted by Shadow Sect was truly amazing. Lian Jiusheng had concealed himself for 1,000 years, nobody suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily erased Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. Of course, Shadow Sect still made use of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's battle results. If Fate Immortal Gu was intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack could be unleashed at will, there would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor has been exposed, why are you still surrounding me? Bai Chen Tian said impatiently. The immortals reacted at this point, they apologized and dispersed the encirclement. But the Celestial Court's immortals did not let go of their wariness towards Bai Chen Tian, they even glanced at the other Gu immortals with faint suspicion and wariness. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was shocked, he quickly tried to maintain the situation. Everyone, listen to me, don't be suspicious of the traitor. Lian Jiusheng was just exaggerating, if he could really continue to conceal himself, why would he expose himself? If Celestial Court had many traitors, they would have destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower long ago, why would they only do this? The immortals were shaken, they reacted. So close, we almost fell for that person's provocation. Tower Lord is right. This is already Shadow Sect's limit. If Lian Jiusheng could really resist our Celestial Court's investigative method, why would he expose himself and use a suicidal attack? He had no confidence in it. This shows that our method is effective. Let's not think about how Lian Jiusheng infiltrated Celestial Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation below. Right now, even though Heaven Overseeing Tower has lost its strongest attacker, we still have hope. As long as we cooperate sincerely, the power of a rank 9 immortal Gu house can still destroy the enemy's scheme. The immortals were all experienced people, after the discussion, they were united as one and their morale was high. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated by the immortals, it crashed down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it, they opened a hole in the formation and let Heaven Overseeing Tower enter. Fang Yuan wanted to go out but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, the 3 immortal Gu houses fell into a chaotic battle. Even though rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still the overlord, it charged around with unstoppable momentum. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals used Sacred Feather City and the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation to barely contend with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, focusing on dodging from beginning to end. Compared to before, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. Because Shadow Sect and Celestial Court both suffered heavy losses. Because Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon, he suffered the least losses among the 3. No rush, Shadow Sect and Celestial Court have irreconcilable conflicts, they will fight intensely in the future. When they weaken each other, that will be my chance. Right now, preserving our battle strength is the most important task. Fang Yuan thought. No need to be anxious. As long as we are inside this formation, the other party will need to focus their strength on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we stall, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, the higher our chance of victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and said to the Celestial Court Immortals. Stall. Inside Sacred Feather City, 7-star Child Immortal Zombie shouted. Yumu Chun added, that's right, we having Wuxia. The longer we stall, the stronger his cultivation level will be, the more powerful his Dream Path killer moves will be. Dream Path transcends this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it is almost defenseless. You are talking about me. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Yumu Chun nodded, even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would not be able to calculate your true situation. The only worry is that the higher your cultivation level, the higher the level of lead soul into dream you can use. But this immortal killer move, the stronger it is, the more goo worms it requires, and the more complicated the activation process will be. You need to use it properly, you cannot make any mistakes. Wuxia took a deep breath and waved his hand nervously. Uncle, your entire body is covered in hair. Now that you mention it, I'm a little nervous. Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, and Fang Yuan's side all wanted to stall for time. But who will have the last laugh? Search the color, read the following chapters. Chapter 10-13. Bam bam bam. Bolts of lightning struck down incessantly. The previous wave of lightning had yet to dissipate when the next wave of lightning shot down. The entire sky was like a deep blue forest. Dark clouds filled the air in this forest that was completely formed by thunder and lightning. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already turned into a lump of dark clouds. There were no traces of the 10 extreme immortal zombies inside. Fang Yuan's plan to attack the formation core was also foiled. In this dark cloud, 3 meteor-like immortal goo houses revolved around each other, colliding from time to time or unleashing powerful attacks. Both sides were patiently waiting for their own opportunity to appear, to see whose tactic would succeed. The power of the calamities and tribulations continued to increase, the 10 extreme formation was gradually unable to hold on. The dark clouds were continuously bombarded by the tribulation lightning, and a lot of it was destroyed. But it had not weakened to the extent that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because of the 3 sides restraining each other, the opportunity that Fang Yuan was waiting for was still nowhere to be seen. Alright, I have rank 7 cultivation level now. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia spoke happily. Good, deal with Fang Yuan first and seize graceful chaotic duel stage. 7-star Child immediately replied. Wuxia nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed this lead soul into Dream Path for him. They had also prepared a set of goo worms, every level of cultivation would have a corresponding lead soul into Dream. Why did they deal with Fang Yuan first and not the Celestial Court's goo immortals? Firstly, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was easier to deal with. Moreover, he had graceful chaotic duel stage, if they dealt with him and seized graceful chaotic duel stage, they would be able to fight Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, the Celestial Court's goo immortals were also stalling for time. They did not exert much pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's immortals gradually realized this and decided to make use of it. Thirdly, quickly deactivate the system that teaches you how to be a human. Wuxia was only rank 7, but this rank 7 lead soul into Dream was not enough. Against rank 8 goo immortals, it was still lacking. If the Celestial Court's goo immortals received the move in advance, they would have more time to understand this killer move, they would be able to break it more easily. Wuxia had a serious expression on his face as he slowly activated lead soul into dreams. Don't be nervous, take your time. You can do it, good luck. The Shadow Sect goo immortals were even more nervous than Wuxia himself. Rank 7. Dream Path Killer Move, lead soul into dream. Under the immortal's expectant gazes, Wuxia did not disappoint them. He successfully activated a dream path killer move. The power of soul lead into dreams was formless and incorporeal as it charged straight towards the graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He fell into a dream realm after getting hit. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither and played softly. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, it is difficult to stop the road of misfortune. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages. The endless heavenly river surged. Sorrow, the night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Just like the previous 2 times. This time, Fang Yuan inexplicably received a new piece of information in his mind. The night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Spectral night is dreaming. So this is the true face of Shadow sect. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. Strange. At the same time, in Sacred Feather City, Wuxia scratched his head, showing a strange expression. What is it, did it not succeed? The other immortals quickly asked. Wuxia's performance affected everyone's hearts. Wuxia shook his head. The other party has indeed fallen into a dream, but the effect of this immortal killer move. It seems to be different from what I expected. The Shadow sect Gu immortals relaxed. Wuxia, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 level lead soul into dream. It is normal that the actual result is different from what you expected. Since it succeeded. Let's seize this opportunity and seize this immortal Gu house. Sacred Feather City suddenly moved, changing directions and directly charging towards graceful chaotic dual stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation also cooperated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to collide with graceful chaotic dual stage, Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting, "Oh no, he broke free." Lead soul into dream would have a miraculous effect on other Gu immortals. But against Fang Yuan, it was not very effective. Why? Because among the immortals present, only Fang Yuan's dream path attainment was second only to Wuxia. It was because he had reborn from his previous life 500 years ago, and had the ultimate immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. But this move was only rank 6, lead soul into dream was rank 7, a level higher. According to common sense, Fang Yuan should not be able to break free. But the dream he had fallen into was very strange. His heroic wife was about to counterattack. It seemed that because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If Unravel Dream could not be used once, he would use it many times. In any case, Fang Yuan had a lot of dream path mortal Gu, he could use them many times to form the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the spring dream fruits, at this moment, gave Fang Yuan a huge reward. But when Fang Yuan broke free from the dream, it was already too late. At the next moment, the immortal Gu house, graceful chaotic dual stage, was sent flying. Fang Yuan could not stand steadily, he directly fell inside the immortal Gu house. But he had already regained his senses, he quickly activated graceful chaotic dual stage to fly up, causing Sacred Feather City suppression of the immortal Gu house to fail. What's going on? How could he escape? This is lead soul into dream. The Shadow sect immortals shouted, many of them looked like they had seen a ghost. This situation was really unexpected. Wuxia scratched his head, saying anxiously, let me try again. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes were like pools of water, she had a faint and mysterious smile on her face. She stroked the zither with both hands. This time, he did not recite a poem. The sound of the zither was ethereal and clear, beautiful and pleasant to listen to, but Fang Yuan had no time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in a dream again, so how could he dare to stay? He quickly used Unravel Dream several times to leave this dream realm. What's going on? Wuxia cried out within Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City had just approached the graceful chaotic duel stage when Fang Yuan had already woken up. He controlled the Immortal Goo House and escaped. Sacred Feather City's situation was much more serious than the graceful chaotic duel stages. In terms of speed, it was slightly weaker. One more time. 7-star Child's face was gloomy. He had a guess in his heart. However, he did not give up so easily. Wuxia hurriedly nodded and began to prepare again. Damn it, so troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is ahead of us by a generation. Even if I am inside an Immortal Goo House, I cannot defend against it, it hits me every time. Fang Yuan's expression was not any better than 7-star Child's. The times were always progressing. During the immemorial Antiquity Era, Olden Antiquity Era, and Remote Antiquity Era, the overall strength of the human Goo immortal world. Not stronger than now. Of course, rank 9 venerables were a special case, they were not counted. In Fang Yuan's previous life, dream realms emerged endlessly and dream path flourished. Many super forces Immortal Goo houses also added dream path Goo worms, they were quite effective in defending against dream path. But the graceful chaotic duel stage that Fang Yuan had now came from that mysterious Goo immortal of the past, it was even more ancient than now. It naturally could not defend against Lead Soul into Dream. Immortal Killer Move, Lead Soul into Dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia shouted, Ethereal Extreme Path. How is it? The immortal's gazes were gathered on Wuxia's face. Wuxia nodded with certainty, he went in. Kill. Bo Qing shouted. Sacred Feather City approached Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage again. But Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was extremely dangerous, it actually dodged again. What's going on, didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster than last time? 7-star Child frowned. He went in, no, he came out again. Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. At the crucial moment, we still need to rely on our own people. Fang Yuan had just escaped from the dream realm, he patted Tai Bai Yuncheng's shoulder. It turned out that at the previous moment, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let this go. They would definitely drag him into the dream realm again. Although he could escape from the dream realm, it would take some time. And during this period of time, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage could not be controlled by anyone, this gave the other party a chance. Thus, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yuncheng over to help him. The reason why Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage escaped earlier was because Tai Bai Yuncheng was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless had both space path and fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came, he had already placed Tai Bai Yuncheng into his immortal aperture. As for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, they were hidden in Tai Bai Yuncheng's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you really went too far this time. Tai Bai Yuncheng controlled the Immortal Goo House as he clicked his tongue. Even though he had already observed the entire battle through Fang Yuan's eyes and ears, this involved Shadow Sect and Celestial Court, this old man was still shocked beyond words. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, the other party has dream path methods, they might try to deal with you. Call Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan out. At the next moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan appeared. The expressions on their faces were very complicated, and most of them were shocked. Looking around, He Lulan said, Fang Yuan, you really know how to court death. Her tone carried faint admiration. Fairy Li Shan said, Oh Fang Yuan, you have dragged us into the fire pit this time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, waving his hand as he said boldly, "What are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. With you guys helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the Immortal Gu House, there might be a chance to reap some benefits. After this, you will all be rewarded." He Lulan nodded, not saying anything else. Her eyes flickered with bright light as she sized up graceful chaotic duel stage. Fairy Li Shan held her breath. Because of the new alliance agreement, her movements were restricted. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Tian Mountain and graceful chaotic duel stage to deceive them into Tai Bai Yuncheng's immortal aperture. But to think that the development had far surpassed Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Looking at the battle outside through the Immortal Gu House, this famous Gu immortal who had made a name for herself in northern plains felt her heart pounding. Just like what Tai Bai Yuncheng had said, Fang Yuan had gone too far this time. How could Fairy Li Shan's heart not pound? Chapter 10:14. Fairy Li Shan, can you immediately contact Blazing Heaven Demoness? Fang Yuan's gaze penetrated the Immortal Gu House as he looked at the battlefield, asking. With the current situation, the more reinforcements they had, the better. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance. This was probably the plan of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to guard against Fang Yuan. But at this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were both trapped. Were they afraid that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not help them? Fairy Li Shan understood that she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap again. She rolled her eyes at Fang Yuan and immediately tried. After a while, her face turned slightly pale as she shook her head and said, "No, this 10-terminal formation is really powerful. You can even block my information path techniques." Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak. He thought to himself, it seems like I can only contact this strong reinforcement by breaking through the formation. Actually, even if Blazing Heaven Demoness arrived, Fang Yuan would not be at ease. He placed her inside the Immortal Gu House. If they were not placed inside the Immortal Gu House, it would be too dangerous outside, it would be unjustifiable. The Blazing Heaven Demoness did not think about it for now. With the reinforcements of He Lulan, Tai Bai Yuncheng, and Fairy Li Shan, the Shadow Sect was unable to deal with Fang Yuan. And against Heaven Overseeing Tower, Wuxia with rank 7 cultivation level was not enough. During the stalemate, the heavenly tribulation gradually strengthened. The heavenly tribulations came one after another without any repetition. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Pa 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 series of crisp sounds rang out. Tens of thousands of Vajra pearls suddenly fell from the sky. Grand Tribulation, Shadow Sects Gu Immortals were all moved. Ha ha ha, this is the relic Vajra Tribulation. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, a Gu Immortal from the Celestial Court stroked his beard and laughed, exposing this tribulation. This tribulation had already surpassed the scope of the 10 catastrophes. Calamities like the Snow War Tribulation Lightning were only within the scope of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. As for this relic Vajra tribulation, it was a tribulation that was a level above the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity. After a Gu Master becomes an immortal, they would be surrounded by calamities and tribulations. According to one's immortal aperture's time, calamities and tribulations would occur at certain intervals. Calamities and tribulations are interdependent. If they could not, the Gu Immortal would die. If he could overcome it, his foundation would increase greatly, and his cultivation would rise. Among them, the rank 6 Gu Immortals had Green Grape Immortal Essence. An earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations, he reached rank 7. Rank 7 Gu Immortals with Red Date Immortal Essence. An earthly calamity occurred every 10 years. A heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A catastrophe every 100 years. After 300 years, he reached rank 8. As for rank 8 Gu Immortals, their immortal apertures would condense white lychee immortal essence. A heavenly tribulation every 10 years and a great tribulation every 50 years. 10,000 tribulations in 100 years. After 3 myriad tribulations, he became an invincible rank 9 Gu immortal. Earthly calamity, heavenly tribulation, grand tribulation, myriad tribulation. The power of the calamities and tribulations increased from small to large. The earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation were already very difficult, and the grand tribulation was even more terrifying. Countless Gu immortals lost their lives because of this, their immortal light faded forever. This was something that Gu immortal experts would always remember. Constantly thinking about it, guarding against the difficulties of cultivation day and night. As for the 10,000 tribulations, there was a saying in the cultivation world. It was called beyond 10,000 tribulations, there was basically no Gu immortals who could pass them. Once they passed 1 myriad tribulation, it would be a supreme glory, Gu immortals would admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations, they were the 10 venerables. Sword immortal Bo Qing had passed 2 myriad tribulations, he was favored by the Gu immortals of the 5 regions, he had a chance of becoming a sword path immortal venerable. During the 3rd attempt, he failed once. He narrowly escaped death. When he tried again, he died. The current old ancestor Shui Hu of Northern Plains. He wanted to pass the first myriad tribulation by all means, thus he did not hesitate to pay any price. He refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu bitterly. As for heavenly lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang, they were still a distance away from the first myriad tribulation. Even though they were not young, they actually had time path methods to slow down their immortal apertures. Some Gu immortals feared heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, they could even pay a huge price to completely cut off the tributaries of the river of time in their immortal apertures. This way, the time in the immortal aperture would stop completely, the calamities and tribulations would not approach. But this way, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence. If they did not pass calamities and tribulations, the Gu immortals' Dao marks would not increase greatly, their cultivation level would also stagnate. Furthermore, time path methods to slow down time had drawbacks. They could not stop the time in the immortal aperture for a long time, they had to pay a huge price. But in the current Gu immortal world, in order to prepare for tribulations, most Gu immortals would use time path methods to slow down the time in the immortal aperture. Even the experts among Gu immortals were no exception. This was because the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the calamities and tribulations they faced, they were even more dangerous. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court were usually in deep sleep. This sleeping method was one of the best delaying methods in the world. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they would face a huge test of life and death every 50 years, this was a grand tribulation. Right now, the first grand tribulation was descending from the sky. Relic Vajra tribulation. Even though it was not targeted at them, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were overjoyed, they could not help but show wariness. The Vajra pearl smashed into the dark clouds. The dense dark clouds immediately thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the top layer of dark clouds melted like snow being splashed by boiling water. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's immortals had grim expressions, they frowned deeply. Amazing! The Celestial Court's Gu immortals smiled, they had also used the delaying tactic, it was finally effective now. We don't need to make a move, we might be able to defeat the other party. Ha ha ha. Bai Chen Tian laughed loudly. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a deep gaze, he spoke in a respectful tone as he sighed, even though the other party was extremely strong for a time, how can he be stronger than this world? Humans should revere heaven and earth, compared to heaven and earth, even a Gu immortal's ability is nothing. Even rank 9 Gu venerables, which one can obtain immortality? Revere heaven and earth, follow the will of providence, that is the path of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was gradually unable to hold on. The cannot block formation was controlled by someone. It was naturally more flexible than those battlefield killer moves in Yulu blessed land. The dark clouds opened, letting the Vajra pearls enter the formation. Clap clap clap. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal goo houses inside the formation. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord snorted coldly. He knew that his side had fallen into the Shadow Sect's trap, so he made Heaven overseeing Tower share the burden for the Shadow Sect. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord was naturally unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. Inside the formation, there was nothing he could do. He could only activate the immortal goo house to dodge. Heaven overseeing Tower has Fate Immortal Goo, one of the main materials to refine fate. This was providence, and these calamities and tribulations were also the will of the heavens. Heaven overseeing Tower monitored the world. It was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore, it was under the calamity. The damage it suffers is naturally much less than other immortal goo houses. Heaven overseeing Tower Lord said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He was still carrying out the delaying tactic. When the 10 extreme formation revealed a flaw, he would activate the immortal goo house and deal the decisive blow. Regarding this, the other celestial court goo immortals had no objections. This is bad. Right now, we need to share more of the pressure, otherwise the 10 extreme immortal zombie formation will not last until the end. So what if it is a myriad tribulation? We are already on Dongfang Naganori for this heaven-defying action. We have foreseen many things. The appearance of the myriad tribulation is also within our expectations. Sacrificing the other immortal goo houses and leaving only Sacred Feather City was used for this moment. Shadow Sect's goo immortals revealed a resolute aura, they had resolute expressions. Above Sacred Feather City, a hazy light shone. This kind of light seemed to be pink, but in reality, it was pure white light with a slight pink halo at most. The strange thing was, this light. Anyone who saw it would feel warmth in their heart. But in essence, this was not a type of light. Instead, it was the situation when the wish power dissipated. Every immortal goo house. Even though they took care of all aspects, they all had their own specialties. For example, Immortal Goo House Dark Prison, its specialty was to capture, raise, and enslave desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If it could raise its rank, it could also subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower could use the offensive of fate, no target could defend against it or be immune to it. Unfortunately, it was restricted by Rank 9 Immortal Goo Fate, it could not be activated now. As for Sacred Feather City, the immortal goo house that Shadow Sect wanted to take over by all means. It naturally had its own specialties. Its specialties were that it could absorb the wish power of the Feathermen. It would automatically refine wish power mortal goo. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a very long time. It was occupied by the Feathermen. Generation after generation of Feathermen lived in the immemorial Green Heaven fragment world, they had a vast amount of wish power mortal goo. Even though the immortal killer move Heaven's wish power was expended a lot, there was still more than half that could not be used. Or rather, the Feathermen had no other way to use it. They did not, but Shadow Sect had a huge origin and a long history, they naturally had some. At this moment, the wish power mortal goo in Sacred Feather City were being activated without caring about the consequences. Wish power goo was a one-time expenditure goo. With the support of wish power, all aspects of Sacred Feather City rose greatly. It flew around and blocked the relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 extreme formation to bear a huge burden. Such a powerful tribulation, in just a short time, graceful chaotic dual stage is about to collapse. He Lulan cried out in shock. Fairy Li Shan's face was pale, her gaze wavering. Such a terrifying tribulation, if she faced it alone, she would only be able to endure 2 or 3. And in this tribulation, there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls, and there were still more to come. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, I was waiting for this moment. I will let you see the true power of graceful chaotic dual stage, absorb it." At the next moment, thoughts exploded in his mind like fireworks, starlight shined brightly. All his attention and concentration was placed on graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal goo house could temporarily seal external attacks using time path methods, it could then use it to deal with the enemy. But this method needed to be used wholeheartedly, it involved a huge amount of the goo immortal's mind. Fang Yuan could not understand the situation of the immortal goo house earlier, he could not be distracted and control the immortal goo house to move and deal with enemies while activating this method. But now, with the help of Tai Bai Yunsheng and the others, and Sacred Feather City was busy dealing with the Grand Tribulation, Fang Yuan could finally find the time to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's special ability. Using the profundity of time path, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. That was how it came to be. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had collected many Vajra pearls earlier, he used them now. The light deer were forced to retreat. In the second wave of the heavenly tribulation, the celestial court situation was the best, followed by Fang Yuan. The shadow sect, however, had the heaviest pressure, they were in a dangerous situation. At the crucial moment, immortal zombie Bo Qing stood up. He activated ancient and modern sword path killer moves like Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword, their power was unstoppable, it made people's hearts palpitate. More than half of the Destiny Light Deer fell under the sword lights, dying on the spot. Even wild immortal goo were of no use. Even though Bo Qing was dead, his immortal zombie body was filled with unimaginable sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even if it was the same killer move, Qin Bai Sheng and Bo Qing would have completely different effects, the difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal zombie Bo Qing persisted bitterly, finally allowing the Shadow sect to survive the second wave of the Grand Tribulation. But the dark clouds in the sky were already extremely thin, the 10 immortal zombies could no longer hide, they could be vaguely seen. This formation has already been weakened to its lowest point, charge out. Fang Yuan shouted. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage shot out Vajra pearls, they crackled as they tried to break the formation. On the other side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this was a good opportunity, he added fuel to the fire, Heaven Overseeing Tower also activated. What do we do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia held his head, feeling helpless. The other Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also had grim expressions, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. They were at the juncture of victory or defeat. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was completed without regrets, whether it was success or failure, there was no third outcome. Once the formation was broken, it would definitely crumble. There is no other way, we can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, making his decision. Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was actually only a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent meant to the Celestial Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely mysterious, many of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups might not know about this secret hidden in the deepest part of Zombie Alliance. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was the greatest plan that Shadow Sect had painstakingly and meticulously planned. At this moment, the Shadow Sect Immortals had no choice but to sacrifice Zombie Alliance to maintain this situation. Their backup plan was activated, figures after figures flashed out of the 10 Extreme formation. They were the immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance. Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8, and so on, their numbers were astonishing. This is... In Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest stared with wide eyes, exclaiming in unison. Humph! Zombie Alliance is indeed backed by Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, his killing intent surged as his gaze turned cold. Good. Let's get rid of these things that go against providence in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, these immortal zombies that flashed out did not have any consciousness, they were like puppets. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord made a move, they actually sacrificed themselves and turned into a part of the 10 Extreme Formation. Big Sister! Fairy Li Shan cried out. Among these immortal zombies, she saw a blazing Heaven Demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no consciousness and was expressionless. Under Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's eyes, blazing Heaven Demoness also turned her body into immortal material along with these immortal zombies and fused into the formation. After obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks, as well as countless immortal goo and immortal apertures, the 10 Extreme Formation's dark fog instantly surged, surpassing its original peak and reaching an unprecedented state. It almost covered the entire sky. Fairy Li Shan shed tears of sorrow on the spot. He Lulan was silent. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. The rank 8 reinforcements that he was looking forward to had already died in front of him. Who could have thought that Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect had such a relationship? Even if someone had seen through the truth, who would believe it if they said it? The overlord of super forces that were spread throughout the 5 regions, the huge Zombie Alliance was actually just a setup that Shadow Sect had placed on the table. Earlier, Shadow Sect issued a mandatory mission to refine the goo formation. I'm afraid it was to plot against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yuncheng realized at once, he felt a chill in his heart at the sinister intentions of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's expression was unsightly. Earlier, I had also guessed the relationship between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. But I did not expect it to be like this. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, Zombie Alliance was a super force that was still alive during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Such a huge move. Almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions were killed. They were used as immortal materials to fill this 10 Extreme Formation. What is that person trying to refine? Could it be the legendary Eternal Life goo? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was also extremely unsightly. The immortals of the Celestial Court behind him also had worried expressions. Even though they were knowledgeable and had high authority, they could not help but be stunned by the shocking move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most goo immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most goo immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. A sharp sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The time was up, the 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. The 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. Providence was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, it was clearly a heaven-defying item that had already incurred the wrath of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth would not allow its creation. The 3rd wave of the Grand Tribulation was even stronger than the previous 2 waves added together. In the sky, sharp raindrops started to fall. Each raindrop was only half an inch long. They were extremely sharp and had the power to pierce through everything in the world. Grand Tribulation Absolute Piercing Rain. The 10 Extreme Formation was heavily damaged again. The dense dark clouds that were still rumbling earlier seemed to have been hit by a heavy stick. They could not even raise their heads. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb the Grand Tribulation Arrow Rain. But this time, he could clearly sense that the difficulty of dealing with it was much higher than before. After enduring for a while, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was pierced in many places. A large number of goo worms were sacrificed. If this continues, this immortal goo house will only last for 15 minutes. He Lulan shouted, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not have a good solution. Even though he was already using his full strength, allowing graceful chaotic dual stage to absorb many attacks, he still could not protect himself. And the arrow rain that he was dealing with was only 10% of the total. Most of the arrow rain was blocked by Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, one could see how terrifying the Grand Tribulation was. With such a life-threatening danger, the days of rank 8 Gu Immortals would not be easy. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation ended, Sacred Feather City and graceful chaotic dual stage broke apart, the remaining Gu worms were collected by their respective Gu Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in wounds. Not only were they several times deeper than before, even a corner of the tower had completely collapsed. Everything is over. The final victor can only be my celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord raised his head and laughed, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. It could not be dodged or blocked. Chapter 10:16. Everything is over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood proudly in Heaven Overseeing Tower, overlooking the entire battlefield. In his vision, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City was already in ruins. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and others were lying on the ground. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was also in ruins. The Gu Immortals' corpses inside were all in pieces. The fog dissipated, and pillars of light shot down from the sky, dazzling and shining brightly. This is the result of going against Providence. Ha ha ha. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed towards the sky. But after laughing for a while, he frowned, feeling suspicious and uneasy. That's not right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already plotted against. It could no longer use its strongest attack with the power of fate. Why did it clearly erupt again earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier. This is not my usual behavior. What is going on? Right at this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord faintly heard some faint calls from the horizon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, wake up, quickly wake up. Wake up? Am I not awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very surprised. Doubts rose in his heart. Suddenly, his body shook as he realized the truth. Oh no! I was plotted against. Everything that happened earlier was not real. I am currently in a dream realm. The moment he thought of this, he felt even more uneasy. The enemy had been defeated too easily. Especially Shadow Sect, after all, they were backed by that person. Furthermore, the other Celestial Court Gu Immortals had also disappeared. He was the only one left in the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure, I am in a dream realm. But, how do I leave this place? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very anxious, even though he knew he was in a dream. But he did not have Feng Yuan's Unravel Dream method, thus, he was unable to extricate himself from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he was snoring loudly. He was lying on the floor, surrounded by a group of Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old. Furthermore, he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal Gu, he had to refine Gu consecutively. Next, he rushed to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Next, he had to defend Heavenly Lotus Sect and engage in an intense battle with Bo Qing and the rest. Finally, he discovered the mastermind behind Shadow Sect and mobilized Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. Activating Heaven Overseeing Tower, he entered the day. Without rest, he rushed towards southern borders Etion Mountain. Furthermore, he controlled the Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in continuous battles. Therefore, once he entered the dreamland, his entire body would relax, and his snoring would be especially loud. His sleep was extremely deep. Celestial Court's Gu Immortal surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, pouring water and burning him. He shouted himself hoarse and used all sorts of methods, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord still could not wake him up. This was the power of the Dream Tao. He was ahead of the rest of the world by an era. Even this group of rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu immortals felt a sense of helplessness. The scene was quite comical. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was in full swing, the sky was dark, and the calamity was rolling. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in mid-air, motionless. Inside the tower, Celestial Court's immortals were extremely anxious, while Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deep in the dream. There were no effective methods. At most, they could use some wisdom path methods to transmit to his mind. Let Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord awaken by himself. On Shadow Sect's side, the solemn atmosphere from before was swept away, becoming much more relaxed. Wuxia, well done. This is the power of Dream Path? Truly amazing. Huff, after enduring for so long, your cultivation level has finally risen to rank 8. Shadow Sect's Gu immortal surrounded Wuxia. Some relaxed, after all, the situation earlier was too dangerous. Some sighed at the power of Dream Path. Some patted Wuxia's shoulder, praising him. After fighting for so long, pure dream reality seeker physique Wuxia's cultivation level had undergone a qualitative change, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path Gu immortal. Thus, he could use the rank 8 immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream. After 2 failed attempts, he used this killer move for the 3rd time and finally succeeded, putting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate, Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving, and Shadow Sect's pressure was greatly reduced. 7-Star Child asked, how long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for? Wuxia replied, he is a rank 8 Gu immortal who has passed one myriad tribulation after all, the dream realm can only trap him for 5 minutes. But even if he comes out, I can use the killer move to lead his soul into dream. Very good. Yen sure didn't waste his efforts in creating you. 7-Star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to move again. What is going on? Shadow Sect's immortals were shocked. Someone looked at Wuxia, did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord come out? Earlier, Wuxia's attack on Feng Yuan failed, and Feng Yuan entered and exited the dream, causing Shadow Sect's Gu immortals to lose confidence. But this time, Wuxia shook his head, saying with certainty, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that other Celestial Court Gu immortals are controlling him. That's right, Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, so they took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Although Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, this Heaven Overseeing Tower became Celestial Court's public property. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping and unconscious, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals naturally had the authority to control this Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon, Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This scene was witnessed by Feng Yuan and the rest. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan showed puzzled and angry expressions. What is Celestial Court doing? Feng Yuan had a heavy expression. It seems that Shadow Sect is using Dream Path methods. Like how they dealt with me earlier, they are targeting Celestial Court's Gu immortals. But, why didn't they target Celestial Court's Gu immortals directly? What is the point of thinking about this now? We no longer have immortal Gu houses to protect us. Shadow Sect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Celestial Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. But they are also being obstructed by Shadow Sect. We are in a precarious situation. Feng Yuan, try activating fixed immortal travel again. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a worried expression. It is useless. Feng Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that we are going to die here. He Lulan smiled bitterly, but her eyes shined with a sharp light as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Cheng is not dead yet. I have not been able to avenge my mother even in death. Fang Yuan glanced at her but did not say anything. After the third grand tribulation, graceful chaotic duel stage and sacred feather city were destroyed, only heaven overseeing tower remained. Celestial court was Fang Yuan's hope. But now, that hope was gone. Not to mention the fourth grand tribulation, even if the 10 extreme formation was activated, Fang Yuan's group would not be able to withstand it. Are we truly at the end of the road? Fang Yuan inspected spring-autumn cicada. The time was too short, it had not recovered much and could not be activated a second time. At this time, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard in the sky. It was clearly daytime now. But the sky was suddenly filled with countless starlight. The zither sound directly entered the formation and entered the Gu Immortals' hearts. Oh no! The 10 extreme formation also supports sound path, but even the formation cannot block this zither sound. This is the fourth grand tribulation, zither heart tribulation. And the starlight in the sky is so bright even in daytime. This is the fifth grand tribulation, star flow tribulation. How can it be so dangerous? The fourth and fifth grand tribulations are actually here. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals cried out in shock. Celestial Court and Fang Yuan's group were all thrown to the back of their minds. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the Grand Tribulation. The power increased as it was activated. The fourth Grand Tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation, in terms of power, surpassed the first three Grand Tribulations combined. And the fifth, Star Flow Tribulation. It was even stronger than Zither Heart Tribulation, Absolute Thorn Rain, Immemorial Light Deer Calamity, and Relic Vajra Tribulation. What in the world is Shadow Sect refining? To actually incur the wrath of heaven, sending down such a terrifying calamity. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan, and others were all puzzled. The two Grand Tribulations had not descended yet and were still brewing. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had grim expressions, they had barely survived the first three Grand Tribulations. But now, the fourth and fifth Grand Tribulations had arrived. Anyone could feel the deep malice of the heavens. It did not want to give Shadow Sect any chance of survival. What should they do? For a moment, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were at a loss. Their immortal Gu houses were already destroyed. The 10 extreme formation was also dealt a heavy blow in the third Grand Tribulation. Even if they sacrificed all their Gu Immortals, they might not be able to block these two Grand Tribulations. It seems that we are going to die under the Grand Tribulations in the end. He Lulan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he did not think so inwardly. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, they first formed the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, then killed the southern border Gu Immortals, using their immortal apertures and immortal bodies as refinement materials, then sacrificed all of Zombie Alliance's members, turning them into nourishment. Of course, there was also the loss of 7 immortal Gu houses. The price Shadow Sect paid was simply unheard of. If Fang Yuan had not seen it personally, he might not have dared to believe it even if he heard about it. Since they paid such a price, Shadow Sect would absolutely not let this go. Chapter 1017. The ghostly hand that came out of Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was huge, it was like a hill. Hiss. Its forearm had not even come out completely, more than half of it was still inside the entrance. Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was already open to the maximum, but the ghostly hand could only come out by a small portion, it seemed to be stuck. The aura of rank 9 was vast and majestic, it continued to spread in all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly retreated. Under the suppression of the rank 9 aura, they had difficulty breathing, they had a feeling that they were going to suffocate to death if they stayed here for too long. Looking at this giant hand, it was dark and eerie, it was terrifying, there seemed to be a layer of deep blue light on its surface. What soul beast is this? It has such a terrifying aura. Even immemorial soul beasts might not be able to match it. Don't tell me there are still rank 9 soul beasts in this world? Hei Lulan cried out involuntarily, her face filled with shock. She still did not know the true identity of this giant ghostly hand. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale as paper. She retreated as she said with a trembling voice, "In this world, only humans can reach rank 9. Thus, humans are the spirit of all living beings. Normally, once a soul leaves the body, it should be weak and floating. The soul was formless and could pass through walls and rocks. But spectral soul demon Venerable's right hand was solid and stable like a mountain. After coming out of life and death blessed land's entrance, it grabbed onto the ruins of Tian Mountain. A large number of rocks turned into powder with his grab. This was simply beyond the common sense of the cultivation world. Spectral soul demon Venerable cultivated soul path. His soul path foundation was already deep to the extreme of returning to one's true self. It was beyond the immortal's imagination. Spectral soul demon Venerable. Looking at the giant hand in front of him, Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he stared at the scene before him. He knew the origin of this giant hand. Because not long ago, after he was hit by lead soul into dream immortal killer move, he entered a dream realm again. He heard star constellation immortal Venerable's melodious voice. Her voice was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers rumble. Sorrow, spectral night's endless soul dreams, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Along with this poem, Fang Yuan's heart flowed with an inexplicable message. The night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace in my hometown? It revealed Ghostly Hand's true identity, informing Fang Yuan that the mastermind of Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Fang Yuan first heard about it, he was extremely shocked. With such mental preparation, Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down as he looked at the gigantic ghostly hand. He felt somewhat relieved. Everyone had to die. This was the law of the world. Everyone knew that even a rank 9 Venerable would not be able to withstand it. No one was spared. Then, where did the souls of these rank 9 Venerables go to after they died? This point was clearly stated in the Legends of Renzu. The road of life, the road of death. In Obsession Death Domain, there was the world's largest impartial immortal Gu. Just like in the legends, after the death of Verdant Great Sunday, their souls returned to the door of life and death. Rank 9 Venerables and all living beings in the world. They all had the same ending. The Legends of Renzu clearly stated, the road of life was filled with worry Gu, while the road of death had 3 rounds. They were Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Spectral Soul. Rank 9 Demon Venerable, what is there to fear? He is already dead, his soul is hiding in the door of life and death, struggling at death's door for so many years, he is no longer the rank 9 Demon Venerable of the past. That's right. Everyone was well aware of the weakness of the soul. If he really had the strength of the past, why would he need to create Shadow Sect and set up so many soul path clones? Why would he need to use such schemes and schemes? In my opinion, he is at most a spectral soul demon venerable, he is not spectral soul demon venerable. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court conversed. They encouraged each other and got rid of the fear in their hearts. Against a rank 9 existence. Even these rank 8s of Celestial Court could not help but feel uneasy. The 10 extreme formation is spectral soul's weakness. We need to stop this giant hand. After that, we can focus on breaking this formation. Bai Chen Tian shouted. That is a good idea. The Celestial Court's immortals nodded. A portion of them flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated immediately after, shining with white light. Immortal Killer Move, leads soul into dream. Wuxia used the only method he had. One move to dominate the world. Damn it! Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his feet in anger, but he could only fall into the dream realm again, unable to get out. Shadow Sect had painstakingly created Wuxia, and at this moment, he obtained extremely good results. Even a rank 9 Immortal Gu house was restrained by Wuxia alone. Even if there was a successor to take over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position. But soon, he succeeded. As long as Wuxia set Heaven Overseeing Tower as his target, these temporary Tower Lords would rise or fall together, they would fall into his trap. Humph, do you think the Great Celestial Court only has one Immortal Gu house? Right at this time, some of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier suddenly created a second Immortal Gu house. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. This short pavilion had overhanging eaves and glazed roof tiles. The red walls and jade tiles were exquisite and beautiful, but they lacked half of the foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu house. Even though this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. But it was only a damaged object, it was not complete. The so-called Celestial Court only has these antiques left? The things that reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed back then. It has been hard on you guys, you still want to take them out to embarrass yourselves. Immortal Zombie Bo Ching stood up. He raised his right fist above his head. At the next moment, an unparalleled sword path killer move, 5-finger fist heart sword. He erupted with all his strength. Embroidered tower shook from the impact, 7 embroidery needles made from faint light shot out. These 7 needles were like nimble sparrows flying in the air, they were extremely fast and hit the giant ghostly hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the embroidery needles pierced between the ghostly hand and the ground over 10,000 times. Spectral Soul wanted to raise this ghostly hand, but it could not move at all. The 7 embroidery needles were like invisible threads, tightly sewing this ghostly hand and the ground together. This embroidered tower Immortal Gu house, even though it is only rank 8, it was once the dowry that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable prepared for his disciple, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Even reckless savage demon Venerable, when he barged into Celestial Court back then, after being hit by this move, he had no choice but to give up 3 bodies of blood and skin. Within Embroidered Tower, the leading Celestial Court Gu Immortal sneered. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, countless tornadoes coiled around Spectral Soul's body like dragons and pythons. Spectral Soul's 3 heads roared at the sky. 6 pairs of eyes shot out surging blood-red light, killing intent surged and gave off an imposing aura. 1,000 arms and 1,000 hands waved at almost the same time, ghostly hands tore apart the wind dragons coiling around him. Giant fists and palms the size of small mountains resisted the lightning in the sky. He Lulan and the rest had already lost the ability to speak. The scene in front of them was like the reappearance of an ancient legend. The myriad tribulation was targeting Spectral Soul and the 10 extreme formation. Fang Yuan and the rest were trapped by the formation. It was safer instead. This myriad tribulation's power is far beyond ordinary. My main body can still hold on. What about the 10 extreme formation? It has already been refined to 60%. Only 60%, the following tribulations will be even more terrifying. Saying this, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals fell silent. A true enemy. Not the Celestial Court, not Fang Yuan, but the Great Tao of Heaven. If they were in their complete state, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would have some confidence. But now, because of the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan, and other factors, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, The 10 Extreme formation was on the verge of collapsing. They had to sacrifice the whole of Zombie Alliance to save it. Sacred Feather City is lost, our main body is out, we have no use now. Right. Enter the 10 Extreme formation. It is good to save some time. Then, what about those people? Leave it to us, Wuxia said as he glanced at Bo Qing. The following tribulations would be even more terrifying. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals could not do much against the tribulations. They might as well sacrifice themselves to activate the formation. These Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were actually split souls of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect remained mysterious and hidden behind the scenes. After developing for so many years, they were not exposed. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were not afraid of death, they did not care about sacrifices. They were united. This huge force was actually just a one-man show of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After the discussion, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, including 7-Star Child and Song Zixing, made the same choice as Inkstone. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only 2 people were left. One was Wuxia. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique. As time passed, their cultivation level would also increase. At the last moment of their lifespan, they would become rank 9, they were Spectral Soul's final trump card. The other was Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing was also one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, but he was only a corpse now. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Even if Mo Yao's remnant soul entered the formation, it would not have the effect of directly activating the formation, it could only be refined as an immortal material. The loss outweighed the gain, so it was left behind. In the overall situation, Spectral Soul controlled the situation, he resisted the myriad tribulations while suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Immortal zombies Bo Qing and Wuxia had no worries, they charged towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan and the rest were not their match, they quickly retreated. But they were surrounded by the formation and space path was restricted, where could they escape to? Bo Qing waved his hand, sword light flashed as Fairy Li Shan's head flew out, blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng activated Man as before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal, she touched her neck, her eyes filled with fear. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back, he smiled arrogantly, how can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide, the sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant. He Lulan cried out in pain, her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Wuxia blocked Fang Yuan. He stared at Fang Yuan, you could actually leave my dream realm, interesting. Now that I have rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape the dream realm again. You know my name? Fang Yuan growled, he felt something amiss. He. You are an otherworldly demon, you are still useful to my shadow sect. I will spare your life. Don't even think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 Immortal Gu has already been deduced by Old Man Inkstone. In my current state, I cannot use it anymore, right? Wuxia was confident of victory, he approached with a smile. What? Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. Chapter 1019. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxia Mountain. Night fell, it was pitch black. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning illuminated the battlefield from time to time. At the waist of Xianxia Mountain, over 10 Gu master corpses were lying on the ground. The rain was pouring, but it could not wash away the thick smell of blood. An intense battle was about to end, there were only 2 people left on the battlefield, the victor was obvious. Ha ha ha. A young man laughed loudly, his eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. He walked towards another Gu master step by step. The other old Gu master was heavily injured, he could not fight anymore. He retreated in panic, but tripped and fell on the muddy ground. The young Gu master slowly walked out of the heavy rain, standing in front of the old Gu master, looking down at him with a cold gaze, without a trace of warmth. But the old Gu master's gaze had no fear, instead it was filled with disbelief and hatred. The old Gu master growled, "Why? Little Nethery, I am your grandfather, you were brought up by me, I taught you everything you have. Your achievements today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you bite the hand that fed you? Why? Why?" Facing the old Gu master's intense questioning, the young Gu master's eyelids drooped, he laughed lightly, "Why? I have never thought about it seriously. If there is a reason, it might be because I am unhappy." Unhappy? That's right, saying that the clan is not as strong as the other party, we have to swallow our anger. Saying that we should respect the old and love the young, we have to be courteous and not talk back to the seniors. Saying that the clan needs me to support it in the future, to protect its reputation, to think for the clansmen. Only then can I become a wise clan leader. It is really irritating. I have felt irritated since I was young. I thought I could endure it, but after enduring it for so long, I finally could not endure it. The young Gu master said, his lips curling into a smile. Just because of this? Just because of this? The old Gu master was furious, he sat up in anger. He stared angrily, scolding, "How did you become like this? What are you thinking in your head? I was really blind, I nurtured you for so many years, I actually wanted to hand the village to you." Towards the end, the old Gu master's voice carried a sobbing tone, he actually started wailing. "Enough, enough." The young Gu master had a ruthless expression, the old man's cries made him extremely irritated. He raised his right hand. It slashed down. Puff. With a soft sound, the old Gu master was cut into two, blood spewed out and his organs fell, dying with everlasting regret. The young Gu master suddenly calmed down, motionless. Dressed in a black robe, he stood in the rain like a stone statue. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse at his feet, memories of the past involuntarily appearing in his mind. During his childhood, Grandpa took him to ride a bamboo horse and fly a kite. After being tested to have a superior aptitude, Grandpa was beaming with joy. After becoming a Gu master, Grandpa seemed to be teaching her step by step. She also took care of the family affairs for him and taught him patiently. After a long while, the young Gu master let out a breath of turbid air and laughed lightly. He. Ha ha ha. Very soon, laughter filled the air. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his arms wide open. His tears flowed freely, his heart was filled with sorrow, but at the same time, his face. They all had extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. He felt that he was like a drowning person. Suddenly, he broke through the water surface. He struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply, the thick smell of blood seemed to be mixed with the hatred and anger of his clansmen, assaulting his nose. Inside the gray fog, not only are the shadows of the past shown to the outside, even the emotions in the depths of one's heart will change. It will allow one to experience the emotions of the past again. These memories of my early years. My heart is already filled with sorrow. If I recall Qing Lang, I'm afraid I will be the same. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is older, he has more experience than me. How will he face this? Thinking of this, Mo Yao's remnant soul activated his immortal zombie body, raising his head to look again. Inside the gray fog, Spectral Soul was like an iron mountain, unmoving and silent like death. Around him, the gray fog rolled, and countless colorful waves of smoke rose. These smoke waves depicted all sorts of scenes, they were already showing the time when Spectral Soul became a Gu immortal. Inside Earth Abyss. Lad, you want to inherit my inheritance? In the darkness, two eyes that were as large as lanterns suddenly lit up. Yes. Gu immortal Spectral Soul was a man of few words. He wore a black robe, his hair casually draped over his shoulders, he had a cold expression, only his eyes flickered with a trace of light. He, ha ha ha. From the darkness came a maniacal and arrogant laughter, it grew louder and louder until it was deafening. After a long while, the laughter gradually stopped. It seems that you have made up your mind, then accept the test of the inheritance. Roar. With a loud roar, a monster stepped out of the darkness. This monster had 4 thick limbs, its body was covered in thick scales, it had the head of a crocodile. Its wide crocodile mouth was wide open, its sharp teeth were shining with cold light, they were like daggers. On its head, there were 2 curved dragon horns. And on its body, there was also the aura of a Gu immortal. Evidently, this was a beastman Gu immortal. Beastmen were a type of variant humans. In history, during the era of the 3 demon venerables, they suffered the greatest losses. To think that during Spectral Soul's growth, he would meet a beastman Gu immortal. This beastman Gu immortal with dragon horns and crocodile head opened its mouth, biting at Spectral Soul. But Gu immortal Spectral Soul did not dodge. The beastman bit down fiercely, breaking Spectral Soul's arm. Blood spewed out. Crack, crack. The beastman chewed, under its sharp teeth, Spectral Soul's arm was crushed into bone and meat paste, thick blood flowed out from the gaps of its teeth, flowing everywhere. With a gulp, the beastman's throat moved, he swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, along with the arm bone. This is great, I have not eaten such fresh flesh and blood for a long time. The beastman Gu immortal shouted, pouncing forward again. Spectral Soul did not retreat, he let it bite. The beastman Gu immortal quickly ate his other arm and 2 legs, eating them. Intense pain assaulted him, but Spectral Soul was expressionless. He did not even frown. Instead, the beastman Gu immortal showed some fear. You are different from the others. The beastman Gu immortal stopped, he sized up Spectral Soul, his tone was full of praise. You are not afraid at all. You know, I created the food path. I have done a lot of research on food. Many people wanted to inherit my inheritance, they forced me to eat them, they looked unyielding on the surface, but their hearts were filled with fear and pain. Don't think that your emotions can be concealed, others cannot sense them. Actually, this flesh is full of sourness. It is not tasty at all, I know it clearly when I eat it. Then, is my flesh tasty? Spectral Soul asked plainly. The beastman Gu immortal frowned, recalling, to speak the truth, your flesh is cold like ice, your bones are tough, they are not tasty. It is like when I was young, I was hunted by you humans, I had to run around in a world of ice and snow, I ate those ice shards and icicles when I was hungry. But forget it. Ha ha ha. I have been trapped here, I have not eaten anything fresh for a long time. Am I still not satisfied with this? Not to mention now. This is my favorite food, the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys of you humans, as well as the greasy intestines, I love them the most, ha ha ha. Lad, if you want to inherit my inheritance, you will have to pay a price, don't fail at the final moment. Saying so, the beastman Gu immortal grabbed He broke open Spectral Soul's abdomen, pulling out his intestines. They were all pulled out. The Beastman Gu Immortal pulled out these intestines. Next, in front of Spectral Soul, he slurped them into his mouth, shouting that they were delicious. Spectral Soul's face was pale, but his expression was still indifferent, as if they were not his intestines. Panic flashed in the Beastman Gu Immortal's eyes. He laughed cruelly, rubbing his monstrous claws as he reached into Spectral Soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs. You need to endure it. What's there to be unable to endure? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I will still survive. And if I reach this standard, I will inherit your inheritance. By then, you will have no value to me. You should worry about yourself. The Beastman Gu Immortal's movements froze, he became furious, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Lad, you talk big, I want to see how long you can endure this. He purposely slowed down his movements, rubbing Spectral Soul's body, letting him feel the coldness and fear of his organs being squeezed and his bones being scratched by the monstrous claws. The Beastman Gu Immortal took out Spectral Soul's organs and devoured them slowly. Moreover, he purposely opened his mouth in front of him, letting Spectral Soul see the terrible state of his organs after they were torn apart. Spectral Soul's calm gaze started to change, he became interested in it. The Beastman Gu Immortal felt this gaze, his expression changed again. What do you mean? I just find it interesting. I am eating your flesh and your organs, you find it interesting? The Beastman Gu Immortal stared at Spectral Soul with an incredulous gaze. Of course. Eating was a matter of course, but the other side of eating was killing. When we eat meat, we need to kill prey. When we eat vegetables, we need to uproot these plants, that is killing them. Even when we eat wind or drink water, we need to swallow it and digest it. In other words, eating is killing. But killing is not just about eating. Thus, your food path cannot compare to my killing path. I have eaten many things, but I have never been eaten by another existence. You are eating me now, that is killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by another life form like this. This made me realize that being killed is also a form of joy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Blindly killing people would not be able to fully understand killing. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend another layer of profound meaning of killing. The Beastman Gu Immortal heard this and stared at Spectral Soul with wide-opened eyes, like he was looking at a nightmare. His head was dripping with cold sweat. This young man in front of him was making him lose his appetite. He swallowed his saliva, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad, I will eat your upper body, let's see how arrogant you can be. The Beastman Gu Immortal shouted angrily as he swallowed, his eyes were bloodshot and he had a crazed expression. Soon, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was eaten until only his head was left. At this moment, the spectating Celestial Court Gu Immortals, as well as Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and Ing Wuxia, were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was still calm, his gaze was calm. What kind of will is this? Someone among the Celestial Court Gu Immortals gasped. That Celestial Court Gu Immortal who was very confident in grey memory saw this and had a grim expression, he lost his confidence. But at this time, the Beastman Gu Immortal suddenly laughed wildly. He laughed crazily, he was very happy, tears were flowing down from the corners of his eyes. He was full of mockery. Ha ha ha, you were deceived. But don't be sad, you are the 270th person who has been deceived. Ha ha ha. Spectral Soul's gaze flickered, is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, when I cultivated to rank 8, Jiu Lai Kuangren trapped me and did not kill me, he wanted to obtain my food path, I was not his match. But he wanted my things, they were not easy to obtain. Thus, I made an agreement with him, I would pass my food path to a human descendant, but not to him. But the inheritor would have to endure my devouring test. After the agreement was made, I was trapped here. Many human descendants came to me and passed the test, obtaining food path. But, even Jiu Lai Kuangren would not understand my power. I am covered in food path Dao marks. I have already reached an unprecedented level. I can eat rocks to appease my hunger, I can drink wind to fill my stomach. I can even devour goo worms to increase my Dao marks. I've spent 1,000 years devouring the Dao marks here day and night, and I've long since broken the contract from back then. So do you understand? Next, I will devour your head and turn your entire body into my nutrients, to nourish me and let me recover. Don't worry, I will remember you, you are the most special person among all the pitiful people I have devoured. So that's it. Spectral Soul's expression was indifferent, he was very calm. The Beastman Gu Immortal's expression froze, he suddenly grabbed his throat, shouting in fear, "What's going on? What's going on?" Spectral Soul smiled coldly, "I have never placed my life and death in the hands of others. Not to mention the agreement between immortals from 1,000 years ago. Do you think my fleshly body is that delicious? Every piece of flesh you eat contains a portion of my soul. You are a great expert in food path, coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path? When did this path appear? And when your soul is split, the pain you feel is 10,000 times worse than your body being torn apart. Let me tell you, I am the ancestor of soul path. As for the slight pain, if you experience it carefully, isn't the feeling of killing very wonderful? Spectral Soul had just finished speaking when the Beastman Gu Immortal's face turned ashen, he froze. He was dead. He died with grievances. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the Gu Immortal Spectral Soul. Even though the other party only had a head left. But the Beastman Gu Immortal's eyes were filled with fear. To be continued. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his arms behind his back, he had a cold expression. When I was young, I desired everything here. But now, I have already achieved Supreme Tao. The things here, no matter how precious they are, they no longer attract me. I came here because I have a question. The Will of Thief Providence smiled, I understand. People who have reached our level. They have many questions about heaven and earth. How about this, I will share my experience with you, you can use it as a reference. Okay. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable nodded. The Will of Thief Providence continued, you might already know that I am not a person of this world, using your understanding, I am an otherworldly demon. The world I came from has a different scenery and foundation from this world. To me, I am only a guest here. I want to go home. I have been working hard for this my entire life. My original name is Ben Jia Sunday. My original appearance has golden hair and azure eyes. Before coming here, I had a beautiful fiancée, we were discussing the wedding preparations. My social status is also very high, because I am a mecha master. Chicken rack? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes shined with deep interest. He had traveled the 5 regions, but this was the first time he heard about the world outside the heavens. Mecha, you can think of it as a type of puppet. Or armor. When a person is inside, they can control it and unleash immense battle strength. The Will of Thief Providence explained. A moment later, another scene appeared. Inside 88-point Jianghu Tower. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable held a giant sun true inheritance. After looking at it, he sighed, this possession method can extend lifespan. But using the soul to possess the body is merely a method to prolong one's life. Death is unavoidable. To extend lifespan Gu is the most important. The path of Gu Immortals. There are many calamities and tribulations, it is hard to resist them, it is hard for the soul to survive, longevity is defying heaven, difficult, difficult, difficult. Giant sun, oh giant sun, even if you created 88-point Jianghu Tower to plunder Northern Plains lifespan goo. But providence is dangerous, it produces fewer and fewer lifespan goo, even if you take all the lifespan goo in the world, so what? Producing lifespan goo is the work of providence. To live forever in this world, providence is the key. In the river of time. Spectral soul demon Venerable stood in the air, looking at a budding red lotus on the river. His entire body was emitting dense darkness that corroded the red lotus. Finally, after using all his strength, he successfully left behind a ghostly face on the surface of the red lotus. The most mysterious red lotus demon Venerable in history. Spectral soul demon Venerable sighed, his face was filled with fatigue, but his eyes were shining. I want to see why you purposely stopped and left behind the remnant fate immortal goo back then. A long while later. Spectral soul demon Venerable's expression was filled with shock and confusion. He muttered to himself. Star constellation immortal Venerable's scheme is so deep. So only a complete otherworldly demon can completely destroy fate. Like thieving heaven demon Venerable, he is only half an otherworldly demon. Similar to the immortal killer move soul piercing that I created. Because his soul originates from an otherworldly world, while his body originates from this world. To extend my lifespan, I have to go against the heavenly Tao and providence. Unfortunately, providence has no soul, I cannot kill providence. Maybe by using the essence of this red lotus true inheritance, I can become half an otherworldly demon. In a dark secret room. Spectral soul demon Venerable sat cross-legged on the ground, countless goo formations were set up in front of him. Inside the goo formation, there were many corpses. There were males and females, young and old, as well as variant humans. Spectral soul demon Venerable's hair was disheveled, his hands and body were covered in blood, he was thin like a skeleton, but his eyes were deep in his eye sockets, shining with bright light. He stared at a book in his hand. The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, the Legends of Renzu, to think that I only understood you today. You are the description of human path, the true inheritance left behind by Renzu. Using human path methods, I can create a new body, after my soul transforms, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can also, a pity. It is too late, it is too late. My injuries are too severe, death is right in front of me. This scene made the celestial court's goo immortals extremely shocked. Spectral soul demon Venerable was invincible in the world, but he died because of his injuries. Who was it that injured him? Or did he injure himself while experimenting with human path methods? Myriad tribulation grand clear space was still ongoing. Furthermore, we have been communicating, I have a deep understanding of Green's sword path. After Green's incident, I tried my best to deduce how to solve this problem. I deduced an immortal goo recipe that can refine wisdom sword immortal goo. Wisdom sword immortal goo? Purple nodded, that's right. Wisdom sword cuts the threads of emotion, even though this goo cannot rival rank 9 love goo, in fact, we only need to cut the love Tao marks on Green's body. We can make Green have a fortuitous encounter or inspiration, he will think that he created this brand new immortal goo recipe. Once he uses it, the threads of emotion on him will be cut, he will regain his rationality and return to us. Not just that, Mo Yao will still have the threads of emotion on her, we can use this to make her our own. Purple's words caused everyone to be overjoyed, and they praised him repeatedly. Brilliant plan. Brilliant plan. As expected of wisdom path goo immortal purple. What? Seeing this, immortal zombie Bo Qing, who was on the ground, frowned deeply. Mo Yao's remnant soul, who was inside, knew that her lover had indeed refined wisdom sword Immortal Gu in the future. Then, after that, Green, did he deceive my feelings, or did he still love me? At once, Mo Yao's remnant soul fluctuated intensely, she was filled with intense questions. Right at this time, another scene unfolded beside Spectral Soul. Shadow Sect's 7 immortals gathered. As long as I become venerable, even without my main body, I will be invincible in the world again, dominating the firmament. By then, with such invincible battle strength, even Providence would not be able to do anything to me. At least in this era, there are countless lifespan Gu. Green slightly raised her head, her tone was filled with pride. Don't underestimate Providence. Green said solemnly, haven't the lessons we received over these years been enough? Purple, you are our strategist, what do you think? Yellow asked. Purple looked at Green, from Green's first failure, as long as we make sufficient preparations and prevent any accidents, it should not be a problem. How is Fairy Mo Yao? He. Green laughed coldly, that foolish woman, she is actually prepared to sacrifice herself for me. She went to 88-point Jianghu Tower and refined Calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. She is trying to draw the grand tribulation to herself when I undergo tribulation. Purple shook her head, even though Giant Sun Immortal's luck is truly unique, it is impossible for her to succeed. But Mo Yao's method will not succeed. But since she has this intention, why don't we give her that change soul Immortal Gu and that immortal killer move? If you fail the tribulation, as long as your soul is intact, your foundation will still be there, you can make a comeback quickly. It is good to prepare well. Green nodded emotionlessly. This scene caused immortal zombie Bo Qing's body to shake intensely. Wuxia sensed something amiss, he quickly said, don't think too much. This is a myriad tribulation, it might not be real. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not speak, he was silent like steel, his fists were clenched tightly, his muscles were tense and his eyes were shut. Shadow Sect's 5 immortals gathered. Blue failed. He used his immortal aperture to fuse with the immemorial Blue Heaven fragment to research Providence, he has already fallen deep into the dream realm. Yellow said with a pained expression. The immortals were silent. After a long while, Purple spoke slowly, even though Blue can be saved by external forces, I feel that we should not act rashly. This is a trap that Providence intentionally left behind to expose more of our members. Sigh. This can be seen from Green's second failure to break through to rank 9 realm. As for the other sword path Immortal Gu, because they were filled with Bo Qing's will, they were delayed and did not succeed before the Battle of Etion Mountain. They were still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. According to the last line of the poem, Fang Yuan could not escape by using Unravel Dream. He had to use Change Soul Immortal Gu to swap souls with Wuxia. Of course, it was not so simple. The information in Fang Yuan's heart contained an immortal killer move. This immortal killer move not only used Change Soul Immortal Gu as the core, it also included Attitude Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, and many Dream Path and Soul Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to do it. From his previous successful experience, Fang Yuan knew that the reliability of this information was quite high. Most importantly, he had no other choice. At this moment, Fang Yuan had no way out. The other party was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. With just his current foundation and strength, he could not shake the other party. Only by following this instruction would he have a chance of winning. Thus, he activated the Immortal Killer move. He succeeded. Fang Yuan and Wuxia's souls were swapped secretly. Fang Yuan's soul was originally hit by Lead Soul into Dream. He was trapped in a dream realm. After swapping souls, he secretly entered Wuxia's pure dream reality seeker physique body. And even though Wuxia's soul entered Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, it was trapped in the dream realm and replaced Fang Yuan. After swapping souls succeeded, Fang Yuan could not help but be dazed for a moment. Seeing himself in front of him, his thoughts moved quickly. He placed his hands on his waist and laughed smugly. Ha ha ha, this time, why don't you try breaking free for me? Fang Yuan. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted. But Fang Yuan was in deep sleep, he could not wake up. At this moment, immortal zombie Bo Qing raised his hand, about to attack He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He had signed an alliance agreement with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. If he did not save them, he would suffer the backlash of the new alliance agreement. However, if he were to save the two of them, it would arouse suspicion, and he might even expose his identity. But soon, Fang Yuan realized. I was thinking too much. Right now, my immortal goo are still in my body. I have no way to stop Bo Qing. Even if Wuxia has many immortal goo, lead soul into dream is an immortal killer move. How can I use it? Fang Yuan could only watch helplessly. But a turning point suddenly appeared. An extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard. They were all sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restricted them, they could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting Spectral Soul, there was also a Grand Tribulation ambushing them. What made them even more shocked was that He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Fang Yuan were not affected by the Grand Tribulation. After He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng landed on the ground, they regained their freedom and could move freely. Furthermore, at this moment, the 10 Extreme Formation had created a mysterious ball. The force that was restricting the surroundings vanished. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng brought Fang Yuan and quickly escaped. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with killing intent, but he could only watch them escape helplessly. Soon, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Fang Yuan escaped far away, vanishing from Bo Qing's vision. Fang Yuan can run for now, but can he run for his entire life? As an otherworldly demon, you are the best pawn to deal with Providence. How can we let you go so easily? As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, even though they are not otherworldly demons, they were affected and became people who escaped from fate. Even if we do not deal with them, the Celestial Court will get rid of them. Bo Qing snorted coldly. Fang Yuan heard this and his thoughts moved rapidly, thinking, it seems that otherworldly demons are very useful to Shadow Sect. No wonder Wuxia only wanted to capture me alive and not kill me. Strange. Why did the Grand Tribulation Earth collapse not affect He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng? Providence, forget it, the most important thing now is to familiarize myself with the dream path goo worms on me. If I attack later and I do not know lead soul into dream, won't I be exposed? Fang Yuan secretly checked and was shocked to find that he did not only have Dream Path Immortal Goo. There was also Change Soul Immortal Goo, Attitude Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, and other mortal goo were living in his soul and exchanged with him. And this immortal killer move that he obtained out of nowhere was still working. It allowed Fang Yuan to use all of Wuxia's goo worms. It seems that Attitude Immortal Goo played a crucial role. It allowed me to disguise myself and deceiving WuXia's in these dream path immortal gu and mortal gu. Just like how I used Mo Yao's fake will to deceive immortal zombie Bo Qing's immortal gu. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan glanced at immortal zombie Bo Qing who was beside him. If the other party knew that Wuxia had changed, and was the culprit who framed Bo Qing and stole many sword path immortal gu, immortal zombie Bo Qing might kill Fang Yuan without hesitation. The situation was still very dangerous. Even though he changed souls and Fang Yuan left the dream realm, right now, he was much weaker than before. Once he was found, there would be no hope. He was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would die without a corpse. Fang Yuan focused his mind and started to move his limbs, struggling endlessly. In the end, his body sank deeper and deeper. He screamed and screamed, showing an angry expression. But in his heart, he was rejoicing. This grand tribulation, earth collapse, came at such a good time. I am deep inside, unable to free myself, I can't even move my thoughts. I can't attack. If I don't attack, I won't be exposed. This gives me a chance to familiarize myself with the foreign goo worms in my body. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse, it is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing saw this and quickly consoled with a calm tone. Fang Yuan observed his expression, seeing that he did not suspect anything, he relaxed slightly. He sighed as he looked at Spectral Soul, it seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. Chapter 1027. The myriad tribulation is here. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, waiting for the gray clouds to descend slowly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing also squinted, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds did not seem to cause any damage. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Fang Yuan was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. Some of the celestial court Gu immortals recognized this as the myriad tribulation, gray memory. But Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls did not know this. But soon, Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's remnant souls realized something. Because after Spectral Soul was trapped in the gray fog, the fog moved and the gray parts of his memories appeared. His childhood experiences, the dangers of his youth, in his entire life, Spectral Soul's mental interrogation, as well as the choices he made in his life. At the same time, Tai Bai Yunsheng carried Fang Yuan and flew out. He Lu Lan took a final glance at the gray fog in the sky before following closely behind. Inside Fang Yuan's body, Wuxia was trapped in a dream realm, facing star constellation Immortal Venerable. He gritted his teeth, shouting madly as he pounced toward star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the end, he missed his target. This was a dream realm, so close yet worlds apart. He seemed to be very close to star constellation Immortal Venerable, but no matter how many steps he took, the distance between him and star constellation Immortal Venerable did not change. Star constellation Immortal Venerable played her zither, but she did not recite a poem. The zither music was clear and melodious, like the sound of a mountain spring. It was a stark contrast to Wuxia's exasperation. Let me out, let me out. Providence. You damned Providence. He pointed at star constellation Immortal Venerable, cursing in pain. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was unmoved, she did not show any joy or anger. Wuxia blinked, forcing himself to calm down as he muttered, "Don't panic, calm down, calm down. I know everything about lead soul into dreams. This dream hasn't reached the level of manifestation yet. It will eventually dissipate and won't trap me forever. Also, the Gu immortals around Fang Yuan. I'm afraid he'll save me too. As soon as I wake up, I'll immediately return and reveal Fang Yuan's identity. Now, I just hope that when I wake up, I won't be too far from Etion Mountain. But Wuxia was destined not to get what he wanted. Because next, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng encountered a southern border Gu immortal. Both sides fought while retreating. Not only did He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng not have the time to think of a way to wake Wuxia up, they were even further away from Etion Mountain. Wuxia and immortal zombie Bo Qing were trapped on the ground, unable to move because of the collapse. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. Humph, immortal zombie Bo Qing sneered. Facing the trauma of his past, Mo Yao's remnant soul showed a resolute side. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray mist? Bo Qing looked at Wuxia who was beside him. Fang Yuan thought, I want to know the answer to this as well. According to common sense, gray memory affected spectral soul and Mo Yao's remnant soul. There was no reason that it would not affect Fang Yuan's soul. But there was no movement around Fang Yuan. Evidently, this myriad tribulation gray memory let Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan did not get exposed. Could it be that this is the will of the heavens deliberately conniving? Earlier, Providence did not interfere with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng because it wanted them to bring my body out. Far away from here? Fang Yuan had many guesses in his mind, but behind these guesses, there was an icy coldness. When Fang Yuan thought about it, his hair stood on end, he felt a lot of fear. But now, facing immortal zombie Bo Qing's suspicion, Fang Yuan could only play dumb. I don't know either. Fang Yuan scratched his head, pointing forward, but this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly, it seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan, you have no time to experience these things. Mo Yao's remnant soul inside immortal zombie Bo Qing did not suspect Fang Yuan, most of its attention was on spectral soul. Mo Yao's remnant soul was very worried about spectral soul's main body. Next, the gray mist showed the scene of spectral soul demon venerable inheriting the beastman Gu immortal's food path true inheritance. Spectral soul demon venerable's nature made Fang Yuan gasp in shock. The celestial court's Gu immortals were in an uproar, but they were in phantom form and could not attack. At this time, the third myriad tribulation descended in the sky, grand clear space. Countless green birds attacked spectral soul with terrifying might. Fang Yuan's and Mo Yao's remnant soul's expressions changed. Next, Fang Yuan saw all sorts of scenes in the gray mist. Sacred Feather City, thieving heaven's true inheritance, inside 88-point Jianghu Tower, Red Lotus in the River of Time, so spectral soul demon venerable already knew the location of Sacred Feather City when he was alive. Thieving heaven demon venerable's name is Ben Jie Sun, even though he is an otherworldly demon like me, he is not from Earth. Lifespan Gu, it seems that Providence is the greatest restriction of immortal venerables and demon venerables. Red Lotus. Ghost Face. The last time my rebirth failed, it was spectral soul demon venerable who helped me. I understand now, in the previous life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was killed, the 10 extreme formation could not be completed. Spectral soul demon venerable used me to start anew. What, the legends of Renzu is Renzu's true inheritance. Next, Fang Yuan saw that spectral soul, who was using the soul-devouring method, suffered in front of the golden light soul. He saw that 7 of the 10 split souls returned to the human world. Next, combined with the gray memories of Mo Yao's remnant soul, he learned about the cause of wisdom sword immortal Gu's creation, as well as the grudge between Bo Qing and Mo Yao. Is that soul emitting golden light and sleeping soundly the verdant great sun? The one formed from Renzu's right eye? Bo Qing is Qing. That purple is actually Tai Bai Yunsheng's master, the Zishan Mikoto that I made up? So back then, this was the truth of Mo Yao and Bo Qing's history. Providence. It turns out that these superb immortal goo materials are all over Providence. Shadow sect was wary of them and had to give them up. Chapter 1028. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the pure dream reality seeker physique body, entering this mysterious rank 9 immortal goo. The moment he touched it, Fang Yuan felt an unparalleled suction force. This immortal goo that was named Sovereign Immortal Fetus by Spectral Soul seemed to be impatient with his soul. Fang Yuan's soul entered it, it felt like he had fallen into the undercurrent of falling heavenly river. At once, his soul was sucked in by the immortal goo, it started to melt at an unbelievable speed. Fang Yuan could not think, he felt like he had entered a deep and profound darkness. But this darkness was not cold, it was warm. It was like a baby returning to his mother's womb, swimming in amniotic fluid. And outside. After Fang Yuan's soul entered the rank 9 immortal goo, thunder rumbled in the sky. It seemed to be extremely furious but helpless. Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo started to shine. First, it was white light, it turned from a transparent white to pure white, and then to a dense milky white. Next, a bit of red appeared in the white light. The red color spread rapidly, causing the light to turn slightly red, then pink, and finally bright red. It was like fire. After the red light, it turned into orange light. The orange light turned into yellow light, the colors continued to change until it finally turned black. Within the black light, Sovereign Immortal Fetus goo continued to collide. It was originally the size of a finger, but now it was the size of a basin. Inside this pitch-black ball, there was an ink-black ball. A placenta was emitting bright colors, it was faintly discernible. A wave of vitality was brewing within, and it was continuously strengthening and rising high into the sky. The white mist quietly shrouded it. The surrounding temperature fell rapidly. The fog turned into pure white frost, covering the surface of the ball. Next, lightning flashed and coiled around the ball, forming an electric net. The lightning collided and created sparks. When the sparks landed on the white frost, not only were they not extinguished, they ignited the frost instead. The white frost turned into streams of qi. It wrapped around the ball. Green patterns. Gradually, it appeared on the surface of the ball. Soon, it turned from illusory to solid, countless branches and vine leaves grew. The branches were yellow and withered, the vine leaves were green. Soon, the vines blossomed and bore fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. These purple fruits emitted a very pleasant fragrance. But the appearance of the fruit. However, it was extremely ugly and full of holes, as if it had decayed for a long time. All sorts of changes were unimaginable. At first glance, it seemed to be chaotic and disorderly, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to contain a strand of the supreme truth of the world. As the outside world continued to change, the placenta in the ball grew stronger and stronger. In the end, after 81 transformations, the sphere turned into soil, and the nascent embryo inside grew to its limit. It turned into an infant with 4 limbs. Suddenly, the ball that was wrapped around him was completely shattered, and the baby was born. The baby boy was full of celestial court. Her eyes were as resplendent as the stars, her skin was white and tender, her arms and legs were like lotus roots, and her cheeks were flushed red. She was tender and adorable, exuding an aura of an immortal. An invisible force enveloped his entire body, making him immune to damage and safe and sound. The baby slowly descended to the ground. During this process, he grew rapidly. From birth to 2 to 3 years old, it only took a breath's time. 4 to 5 years old, 6 to 7 years old, 11 to 12 years old, when his feet landed on the ground, he was already a 16-year-old young man. His skin was still white, but it was not the pale white of weakness, nor was it a delicate white, it was clean and plain white. His long hair was black and shiny, reaching his waist. He was slightly skinny, there was not a trace of fat on his body. His nose was tall and straight, but the most attractive thing about him was his pair of eyes. The star-like light had already been completely restrained, turning into a pair of deep jade ponds. His lips, on the other hand, were a little plump, revealing a healthy rosy color. Right now, they were tightly pursed, showing this person's unwavering determination. This young man was naturally Feng Yuan. At this moment, he blinked as he looked at his young body, feeling shocked. A brand new body? This body was created by Spectral Soul and the Shadow Sect after tens of thousands of years of hard work. It was not as simple as it looked on the surface. The profundities within were yet to be discovered by Feng Yuan. At this moment, Feng Yuan's first feeling was that this body was incomparably compatible with his soul. For example, his previous immortal zombie body was like a set of clothes made from withered leaves. Then this body would be like soft and close-fitting silk. Everything seemed different. Feng Yuan felt like he had walked out of a dark alley, seeing the blue sky and white clouds, his mind was broadened. This is the effect of sovereign immortal fetus goo that Spectral Soul refined with great effort? Rebirth. And once rebirth, I will have rank 6 cultivation level. Feng Yuan's goo immortal aura was not fake. He had made the right bet. Even though he did not know how to use this immortal goo. But seeing Spectral Soul flying towards the immortal goo, Feng Yuan did the same thing. While thinking, Feng Yuan looked at the sky again. Over there, Spectral Soul was still in a dream realm. This was within Feng Yuan's expectations. After all, Spectral Soul was in a bad state earlier. And Wuxia's body was not controlled by Feng Yuan's soul, it was floating in the air with its eyes closed, not moving. Feng Yuan shouted, "Come back." Immediately, a large group of goo worms flew out of Wuxia's body. Earlier, when Feng Yuan's soul entered sovereign immortal fetus goo, the goo worms he carried were left inside the pure dream reality seeker goo. Now, Feng Yuan summoned these goo worms back with a single call. Attitude goo, Unravel Mystery Immortal goo, Change Soul Immortal goo, as well as many other Soul Path and Dream Path Mortal goo. Wuxia still has many Dream Path Immortal goo on him, how do I take them out? Feng Yuan frowned. He was troubled. Earlier, he used Attitude goo to disguise himself and activate the Immortal Killer move lead Soul into Dream. Even though he succeeded in ambushing Spectral Soul, these Dream Path goo worms will seem to have reacted. They could not be used by Feng Yuan anymore. Not just the immortal goo in his body, Wuxia's body also has great research value. Feng Yuan suddenly turned around and saw an immortal zombie in the sky, flying over with an aggressive aura. Feng Yuan's gaze flickered, his lips curled up as he thought, "You are finally here." It was him. No. More accurately speaking, Wuxia's soul was controlling Feng Yuan's original immortal zombie body. Right now, Feng Yuan had just obtained a new body, he was still adapting to it, the goo worms on him could not compare to the immortal zombie body. But Feng Yuan was not nervous at all, he waited for Wuxia's arrival with anticipation. "You are?" Wuxia hesitated, he slowly approached Feng Yuan and sized him up. Feng Yuan pretended to be friendly. He placed his hands behind his back and pretended, "Wuxia, I have succeeded. A mere Feng Yuan's soul has already dissipated." "No. You are not the main body." "If it was the main body, wouldn't there be no reaction from my split soul?" Wuxia's eyes shined with brilliance, he reacted and exposed Feng Yuan's true identity. Oh, ghostly concealment became a flaw instead. But if I can use familiar face, I should be able to deceive him. Feng Yuan rubbed his chin. He laughed in spite of himself. He was calm and unruffled, his eyes shining with confidence as if he had control of the situation. You are Fang Yuan. Wuxia immediately understood. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was so angry that his internal organs were burning. His anger was completely understandable. His side had worked so hard for tens of thousands of years, they finally obtained results. From the looks of it. To think that Fang Yuan had succeeded. Wuxia shouted as he pounced towards Fang Yuan. He wanted to cut Fang Yuan into 1,000 pieces. The two were 100 steps apart. Fang Yuan revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Wuxia, don't you find it strange? Fixed immortal travel is my immortal goo, how can you use it? Wuxia's expression froze. Back then, he had been anxious and subconsciously used it. He had not considered this. Now that he was reminded by Fang Yuan, he knew something was amiss. His aura was obstructed and fell drastically. You can use fixed immortal travel, I naturally lent it to you. I wanted you to rush over, most of my accumulations are with my original body. Fang Yuan continued. Since he knew that he was going to swap souls with Wuxia, with his personality and methods, why would he not make some arrangements? Firstly, he had hidden a large amount of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Because of this, after he woke up, he only wanted to rush back. He neglected many things. Just like in Imperial Court Blessed Land, when Mo Yao's fake will plotted against Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had instilled special will into his goo worms. What was special will? In 88-point Jianghu Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a vast number of special wills. He would take specific actions under specific conditions. Like now. Fang Yuan looked at Wuxia getting closer, his smile becoming wider. He shouted, still not coming back. Swoosh. A large group of goo worms flew out. Most were mortal goo, but there were also immortal goo. Like swallows returning to their nest, they flew into Fang Yuan's embrace. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, extremely shocked. In an instant, he was alone and defenseless. In his body, only spring-autumn cicada was left, he could not use it yet. The situation was completely different now. Fang Yuan's original arrangement was like this. As long as Wuxia controlled Fang Yuan's body and returned to a certain range of ET on mountain. When someone shouted, still not coming back, these goo worms would fly out and enter the hands of the person who shouted. These goo worms were originally Fang Yuan's. Now that they were back, he could move them freely like before. Back then, Fang Yuan did not know how to use sovereign immortal fetus goo. He could not predict that he would revive and obtain another body. He was worried that it would be inappropriate to use Wuxia's goo worms, accidents might happen. The ghost face had a bitter expression. It opened its mouth and spat out a red lotus. The red lotus bloomed, blocking the huge wave. Next, a formless suction force sucked the spring-autumn cicada that carried Wuxia's will into the heart of the red lotus. In an instant, Wuxia's will entered a dark red space. And here, another will condensed into spectral soul demon Venerable's form. He was sitting cross-legged in the air, smiling bitterly at him. The main body is actually still in the river of time. Did he leave you as a backup? Wuxia's will was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. Spectral soul demon Venerable's will nodded, then shook his head. You were once a split soul of the main body, you should remember me. Unfortunately, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, your memories have dissipated. Sigh. This can't be helped, do you think I wanted to? Wuxia's will was extremely vexed. Also, what is going on? I thought that I had fallen into Fang Yuan's hands and was plotted against by him. I was dead for sure. Why did I appear in the river of time? Also, I clearly can't use the spring-autumn cicada. Why did it suddenly activate? Spectral soul demon venerables will sighed again. I was a parasite in this red lotus true inheritance and observed the entire process. I only just realized. You were able to enter here because Providence helped you. Spring-autumn cicada was also activated by Providence. What? This answer almost caused Wuxia's to collapse from shock. This was too out of his expectations. If not for the fact that the person in front of him was Spectral Soul's will, Wuxia would not have believed this. Hasn't Providence been making things difficult for us? Why is it suddenly helping us? Wuxia asked. Your memories have all disappeared, you no longer have your original outlook. Providence has never made things difficult for us because it dislikes us. It has also never helped us because we are pitiful. The Tao of Heaven is heartless. The Tao of Heaven is to reduce excess and make up for deficiency. Thus, all living things are balanced and restrict each other. Thus, almost all beasts have natural enemies. The clouds in the sky will condense into rain, even rank 9 venerables will be limited by their lifespan. After pausing for a moment, Spectral Soul Demon venerables will continued, and the Tao of Man is the exact opposite of the Tao of Heaven. An expert would want to become even stronger. A rich person will want to become even richer. A beauty will also want to become more beautiful. A person who seeks longevity will want to improve and obtain eternal life. Man's greed is insatiable, they will never be satisfied. This is the opposite of Providence. I understand a little. Providence is leaning towards me because I failed. Fang Yuan has become a complete otherworldly demon. He has already transcended the restrictions, if he is allowed to do as he pleases. Chapter 1031. Wind howled in his ears as Fang Yuan ran across mountains and rivers. Even without using goo worms, he was extremely fast. After the calamities and tribulations, it was no longer a flat plain, there were mountains and forests everywhere. Southern border had many mountains, this was one of the characteristics of this region. I ran for so long without any rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Most importantly, I did not use any goo worms at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan could already feel the uniqueness of this body. A goo master's body was not modified by goo worms like black boar goo or white boar goo, it was no different from a mortal's body. Because of the Tao marks, a goo master's body would have all sorts of profundities and extraordinary aspects. This body of mine was created from the rank 9 immortal goo sovereign immortal fetus. It seems that I have a lot of Tao marks in my body. At least, my strength path Tao marks are much more abundant than my original accumulation. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Ever since he became an immortal zombie, he did not feel tired. But if he returned to his original state, he would have to stop and rest after running for a while like today. Fang Yuan sprinted and climbed up the dense forest. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground to him using both his hands and feet. Fang Yuan was still naked, he was like a white wave moving through the dense forest. He could clearly distinguish the dense forest in his field of vision. Even when he was running, it was like he was still. Fang Yuan easily avoided it. Using Earth's terminology, this is motion vision. My dynamic vision is excellent to the extreme. It is at an inhuman level. My original body could only reach this level by using goo worms. Quickly, Fang Yuan climbed to the peak of this mountain. The dark forest in his vision disappeared, his vision widened. The sky was high and the mountain was majestic. The wind blew his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Fang Yuan took 3 deep breaths. Immediately, he calmed down, his breathing slowed down, it was like nothing had happened earlier. His stamina was at an unimaginable level. The mountain wind was chilly. Fang Yuan was still naked, but he couldn't feel any coldness. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His field of vision was extremely broad. Within 10,000 steps. Every detail of the scenery was revealed. With a casual glance, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, and his expression turned grave. He found traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan brought my body here and encountered other Gu immortals, they fought. Fang Yuan jumped down from the peak of the mountain. With a bang, he landed directly on a mountain rock 30 feet below. He was unscathed. Even his feet did not feel numb. On the other hand, the surface of the rock beneath his feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A glint flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He began to try again. The difference in height was getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 feet, it grew to 50 feet, 80 feet, 120 feet. Using Earth's distance measurement, 30 feet was 9 meters, 50 feet was 15 meters, it was already the height of a 5-story building. 120 feet was already a skyscraper or an electric tower. 120 feet was far from Fang Yuan's limit, he continued to climb to 500 feet. At this level, Fang Yuan finally felt the soles of his feet turning numb. He became bolder and bolder, a few times, he purposely landed on other parts of his body. His chest landed on the ground, his back landed on the ground, and so on. Often, he smashed holes into the hard mountain rocks. Fang Yuan stood up from the hole, as if nothing had happened. Even his whole body felt numb, it felt good. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan jumped down again. Chapter 1032. Whoosh! Fang Yuan flew in the air, he was like a huge fireball, his whole body was burning in flames, there was a long black smoke trail behind him, he was not weak at all. The situation earlier was very dangerous. Fang Yuan encountered Wukong Dong, he had 3 immortal Gu, as well as some soul path and dream path mortal Gu. But they were not comprehensive, if they fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted an immortal killer move to exchange souls with Wukong Dong, he could not do it. Earlier, he had used up a lot of mortal Gu to exchange souls with Wuxia. He did not have a complete set of Gu worms on him. But Fang Yuan used his outstanding acting skills to not only get out of danger, he even swindled 4 rank 5 mortal Gu. In my previous life, I participated in the Battle of Tian Mountain, I participated in the huge gambling house. I witnessed the internal conflict of southern borders Gu immortals, I obtained a lot of important information. Fortunately, otherwise, how could I know the relationship between Chai clan's 9th elder and Dong Fang Xiongji? I was able to deceive Wukong Dong because of attitude Gu. Fang Yuan had the original familiar face, he modified it into a new version with attitude Gu as the core and 1,000 mortal Gu as support. But of course, he could not use this killer move. Earlier, when facing Wukong Dong, he had used attitude Gu alone. Attitude Gu's effect is to disguise my true emotions, to express a fake attitude, but to make others believe it. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this attitude Gu was very useful. Because he had used attitude Gu earlier, his performance was flawless. Wukong Dong felt that Fang Yuan was in a state of anger, it was better not to provoke Fang Yuan. Another good thing was, attitude Gu's rank was very high, but the conditions to use it were very low. It was just a waste of effort. Fang Yuan had just reincarnated, he had little immortal essence, it was far from his previous accumulation. It is a pity that attitude Gu is not mine, I will have to return it to He Lulan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was filled with regret and pity. Even though he had reincarnated and changed his body, his soul was still the same, it had not changed. After his rebirth, without stopping, he set up a new alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. This covenant was very restrictive, and there were almost no loopholes. Naturally, it restricted the bodies and souls of the allies. Therefore, even if Fang Yuan had changed his body, he couldn't go against the alliance. But the power of the alliance should be divided into two parts. One was in his soul. The other part is in my physical body. At most, I can only be considered as half an ally. Sigh. Even so, the damage from breaking the contract is too great. Even if it doesn't affect my body, my soul still can't bear it. There are probably many wisdom path Dao marks in this body. While thinking, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized another point. He deeply remembered, when he had just become an immortal zombie, his brain could not work properly, he was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His mind was extremely slow. Later, he used wisdom path methods to make up for this flaw. Now that he had a fresh body, he felt that his mind was as agile as a horse stepping on a swallow. His inspiration was like a spirit spring gushing out. In the process of thinking, a large number of thoughts were generated, like the beautiful waves in the sea. I finally don't need to use wisdom path Gu worms to make up for my lack of thoughts. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were about to tear up. In the past, he still had to use Gu worms to generate thoughts to help him think. Now, his physical body was alive. He could generate a large number of thoughts on his own. And there were many types of thoughts. Master? Before he could look around, a slightly weak voice entered his ears. It's me. Wuxia raised his head slightly, replying calmly. Originally, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had planned for tens of thousands of years to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Even though Shirnu was only rank 7, he still had some battle strength. Unfortunately, when he was about to summon him back, an accident occurred. A wild one-eyed giant monkey appeared. Shirnu had no choice but to step forward and provoke the monkey, luring it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been built, the situation was complicated and Shadow Sect had no time to deal with this matter, so they did not summon Shirnu back. This way, Shirnu Gu Immortal could be said to have escaped with his life. In fact, Shadow Sect had many accidents in all aspects. Other than Shirnu, the most obvious example was Qin Bai Sheng's encounter with Feng Jioge. Spectral Soul wanted to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, he wanted to defy heaven, Providence naturally stopped him. If Spectral Soul was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be better. Unfortunately, he was born and raised here, he was greatly obstructed by Providence. Shadow Sect's strength was not to be underestimated, they were spread across the 5 regions. Because of Providence's obstruction, they could not display their full strength. After Spectral Soul failed, Shadow Sect was also defeated, especially when Zombie Alliance was completely destroyed, they suffered disastrous losses. But there were still some arrangements left in the 5 regions. Like Gu Immortal Shirnu 15 minutes later. Where is this? Tai Bai Yunsheng came out of Wuxia's immortal aperture. Why is this not Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Immediately after, He Lulan also came out of Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. The two looked around in confusion, they found they were in an underground secret room. The arrangements here were extremely crude. The two used investigative goo worms. They immediately found that this underground secret room was just a small corner of the entire underground maze. This is the tunnel where the rock men live. That means, this is underground? Tai Bai Yunsheng said with some realization. Wuxia nodded, that's right. We have already returned to Central Continent, we are now in Earth Abyss. The stone men here had been moved here a long time ago. This is a secret base set up by Master. No wonder Feng Yuan sent Star Form Blessed Land into Earth Abyss. So Master had already set up a base in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. So Feng Yuan's second Blessed Land is also in Earth Abyss. Wuxia noted it down, nodding his head without any change in expression. Zishan Makoto? Hei Lolan's heart jumped, she squinted as she stared at Wuxia, asking again, why did you not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land directly? Wuxia was prepared, he replied calmly, it is not that I do not want to return. But now that my identity has been exposed. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals know about it. Then, like a bucket of cold water, they were drenched from head to toe. Empty, how can it be empty? There is nothing here, how can this be? Where is Dang Hun Mountain? Where did Dang Hun Mountain go? Central Continent's Gu Immortals shouted. You are Lord Feng Jioga? Hu Immortal Land Spirit opened her big watery eyes, taking the initiative to approach Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga was slightly dazed, that's me. My master told me to tell Lord, he has already taken everything that should be taken. As for this blessed land, we will directly give it to Lord's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Hu Immortal Land Spirit said generously. What? Feng Yuan was faster than us? Didn't our joint deduction say he was still in southern border? Why did Feng Yuan only give Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Feng Kim Hong? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of which, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, the two of them have been very close. This is something that all 10 sects know. The Gu Immortals muttered. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had come into contact with a rank 9 immortal Gu. That was Wisdom Gu. Against Wisdom Gu, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom, it was like the most delicious meal in the world, he could only smell it. Even so, this fragrance was so beautiful, it gave Feng Yuan an unparalleled help. Without the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan would not have developed so rapidly and to this extent. Coincidentally, he came into contact with a second rank 9 immortal Gu. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. This time, not only did he smell its fragrance, but he also swallowed this peerless feast in one gulp. The Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu refined by spectral soul cannot be so simple, there must be a huge secret behind it. After rebirth, Feng Yuan had this thought. But he was busy chasing after Wuxia, he did not have time to explore the mysteries of this body. Feng Yuan's new body was formed from Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. But exploring its secrets, even though it was important, it was not urgent. The urgent matter now was to chase after Wuxia and take back his Gu worms. Thus, Feng Yuan pushed this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he failed to chase after Wuxia, he was preparing for the worst, he used connecting heaven Gu to connect to jewel yellow skies. At this time, he looked at his immortal aperture for the first time. He was shocked to his core with just a glance. Because this immortal aperture's scenery was extraordinary, it far surpassed Feng Yuan's cultivation knowledge. This immortal aperture was clearly a rank 6 Gu immortal blessed land, but the space inside was huge, extremely huge. How huge was it? Most rank 6 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures were middle or low grade. Low-grade blessed lands were at most 3 million km2, middle-grade blessed lands were over 3 million km2, but not more than 6 million km2. This was the situation for most rank 6 Gu Immortals. A small portion of rank 6 Gu Immortals like Tai by Yunsheng had outstanding inheritances, they had deep foundations during their immortal ascension, thus they had high-grade blessed lands. High-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 6 million km2, but not more than 9 million km2. High-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade blessed lands included almost all the situations of rank 6 Gu Immortals. It was almost, because there was a special case. That was the 10 extreme Gu Immortals. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark ice soul physique, verdant great sun physique, Gued desolate een physique. Once someone with one of the 10 extreme physiques became a Gu Immortal, like He Lulan, they would have a super-grade blessed land. Super-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 10 million km2, but not more than 20 million km2. Super-grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were rare to begin with, most of them would die prematurely, there were even fewer who could become immortals. Of course, once one became an immortal, just the space in the immortal aperture itself was a huge asset. The bigger the immortal aperture, the better, because the bigger it was, the more space path Dao marks it could hold, the more resources it could produce, and the higher the upper limit. Many Gu Immortals often encountered such troublesome matters during their cultivation. The immortal aperture did not have enough space. The beast group inside was too big, it needed to be sold. The variant human population inside was exploding, it needed to be sold as slaves. There were too many plants inside, it had already affected the balance, a portion needed to be removed. Who didn't know that the larger the beast group, the more cubs they would produce each year? Who didn't know that the larger the population, the more variant humans there would be? Who would be willing to remove the plants they planted, to prevent them from growing longer and having higher value? But there was no other way. The immortal aperture's space was here. Towards monsters that far surpassed common sense, people would panic, they would get rid of them. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, his immortal aperture was only high grade. After rebirth and strength path immortal ascension, his immortal aperture was only middle grade. He worked hard to reach super grade. But suddenly, he had this immortal aperture. Suddenly, he found that he had turned from an ordinary Gu Immortal to a monstrous monster. Naturally, he would feel a trace of panic in his heart. I cannot expose this immortal aperture. Once it is exposed, I will be attacked and hunted down. But even if I tell others about this immortal aperture, no one would believe me. No, at least Spectral Soul would believe me. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's expression sank. The more outstanding the sovereign 9-5 immortal aperture was, the deeper the hatred between him, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect would be. Even though Feng Yuan had not fully unearthed the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, just based on these characteristics, his hatred with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Facing such a strong enemy, Feng Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Currently, Spectral Soul's main body is trapped in a dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years, he definitely has a backup plan. Wuxia is his split soul, he is currently using my body, his whereabouts are unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is dead, Shadow Sect is in ruins, how much foundation does this hidden super force have left? Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? A new body was really useful. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan thought of many things thoughts collided in his mind, moving up and down like waves. I should communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies first. Fang Yuan calmed his mind. Finding the sovereign immortal aperture took him some time, but it was not a big problem. He used connecting Heaven Gu and Divine Sense Gu, finding Jewel Yellow Skies with ease. Jewel Yellow Skies was able to become the #1 trading venue for Gu immortals in the 5 regions. It naturally had a huge origin. It was formed from a Gu immortal's grotto heaven fusing with a large fragment of immemorial Yellow Heaven. Yellow Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens was at the same level as White Heaven and Black Heaven. Even if a mortal looked at the sky, they would see White Heaven and Black Heaven. As long as the Gu immortal used connecting Heaven Gu, in their perception, Jewel Yellow Skies would be like a torch in a dark room. The process of communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies was very smooth. It was very smooth. Soon, a mirror appeared in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in the mirror was that of Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan activated the Divine Sense Gu, sending his thoughts into it endlessly. After a while, these hairy man Gu immortals were stunned. After sending the message back, Land Spirit of Langia was shocked. He quickly used his methods to deceive Wisdom Gu into the immortal aperture of a hairy man Gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langia Blessed Land. Knowing this result, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langia. He had no choice but to do so. The truth was, Land Spirit of Langia did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of rank 8 long-hair ancestor. Back then, long-hair ancestors' refinement path attainment had surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. Such a person had an unfathomable foundation. Later generations also researched that if long-hair ancestors' physique was not limited, he would have been a variant human hairy man. If he was an ordinary human Gu immortal, he might have become a supreme rank 9 venerable. After Land Spirit of Langia moved Wisdom Gu to Langia Blessed Land, Fang Yuan contacted Star Form Blessed Land and moved Dang Hun Mountain into Langia Blessed Land as well. This way, Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley would both be in Langia Blessed Land. Even if fixed immortal travel failed to self-destruct and Ing Wuxia succeeded, he could use fixed immortal travel to Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley. That would be Langia sect shielding Fang Yuan from disaster. If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now, and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization, and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined, and their status in the organization. Sir is #1, he is the expert who created the organization Defy. He suddenly wants to borrow Gu from me. Gong Sun Liang hesitated for a long time, before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Gu Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time, Miao Jun's body shook. He received Ing Wuxia's message. Facing Ing Wuxia's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, "Sir contacted me, he wants to borrow our immortal Gu." Miao Yu frowned. This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now, he wants to borrow our immortal Gu. Miao Jun nodded. we joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier, when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now, he wants to borrow our immortal goo. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider. Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus, this force had 3 goo immortals. Great Heavenly Sword sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 goo immortals, Great Heavenly Sword sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd goo immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of a Defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Wuxia failed to borrow goo from them using his identity as Sir. Crack. Earth Abyss, in a secret room. Wuxia smashed the table in front of him. Humph. Miao Jun, Miao Yu. Wuxia gritted his teeth, his gaze was dark. The so-called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher. Who did not want to go further? Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources? Especially goo immortals, they had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, goo immortals had to get stronger, otherwise, they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger. It was not so easy. There was a super goo formation here. The defense was tight, it could actually block connecting heaven goo. She could not even communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies successfully. After He Lulan failed to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, she realized that Wuxia's identity was suspicious. But at this time, Wuxia told her directly, He Lulan was caught unprepared. You already know who I am. Wuxia's voice continued, I am one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls. I took over Fong Yuan's body. I will give you 2 choices now, one is to die, the other is to give up on Fong Yuan and join us. To Wuxia, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she was also the person who escaped fate, she was the best chess piece. But if He Lulan did not understand the situation, he would kill He Lulan without any mercy. He could use He Lulan's corpse to revive his body. Using the formation here, Wuxia was confident he could deal with He Lulan. Chapter 1038. He Lulan was both shocked and furious. Wuxia's sudden attack had put her in a very passive position. Even though He Lulan did not know that Wuxia was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the Battle of Tian Mountain. She knew that Wuxia, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the Battle of Tian Mountain, He Lulan's great aunt, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and little aunt, Fairy Li Shan, died one after another. These 2 people were He Lulan's only remaining family members. As for Shadow Sect, who killed Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, the hatred between Wuxia and He Lulan was irreconcilable. However, Wuxia was well aware of this. He did not care about all this and went straight to her door to force He Lulan to surrender. If they didn't surrender, then he would kill them. Although Wuxia was using Fong Yuan's body and was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 goo immortal Shirnu with him. He had full battle strength. And most importantly, there was a super goo formation here. To be able to block the investigation of Celestial Court and other forces, and also resist the attacks of fierce beasts in Earth Abyss, protecting Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this goo formation was extraordinary. This was Wuxia's greatest source of confidence. Even though Wuxia was only a split soul, he inherited spectral soul demon venerables killing nature and aggressiveness. He Lulan's face was ashen, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Since Wuxia dares to make things difficult for me, he must be well prepared and confident. The other party was unfathomable. He had a close relationship with spectral soul demon venerable. If I stubbornly resist to the end, I'm afraid the outcome will be worrying. He could only endure it for now. I'll look for a good opportunity in the future. With that in mind, He Lulan snorted coldly and said, "Your shadow sect killed 2 of my family members, and you still want me to submit to you? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite back one day?" Ha ha ha. Wuxia laughed. What's there to be afraid of? After a pause, he continued, "Firstly, I'm strong and you're weak, so there's nothing to fear. Secondly, I also have information path methods and alliance agreements to restrict you. 3 times. I know a little about your character. You have yet to avenge yourself. He Cheng didn't die, are you willing to let it end like this? Even if He Cheng is killed by you, you will endure the humiliation and cultivate hard, waiting for a chance to counterattack." He Lulan was silent. Hearing how well Wuxia knew her, He Lulan's heart sank. He Lulan did not expect that only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Wuxia understood him so well. On the other hand, he knew almost nothing about him. This was all thanks to Feng Yuan. Back then, after Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect found out about Feng Yuan's abnormality, he used heavenly secret goo and other methods to make deductions. As a key figure around Feng Yuan, He Lulan was naturally implicated. The Shadow Sect collected and deduced a lot of information. Wuxia originally did not know, but because of Red Lotus' true inheritance in the River of Time. He received pointers from spectral SoulsWill in the true inheritance. He understood a lot about He Lulan. Seeing that He Lulan was silent, Wuxia showed great patience. He did not rush her. In this simple room, there was only a trace of light. He Lulan's entire body was shrouded in darkness. After a long while, she spoke, "You want to recruit me? Who are you going to deal with? If you want me to kill my way to the celestial court, you might as well take my life now." Ha ha ha. Wuxia laughed, "No need to probe, He Lulan. I want to recruit you because I want to deal with Feng Yuan." He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She raised her voice, "Oh, it seems that Feng Yuan did not die after all? Not only did he not die, he even gained a lot." Wuxia could not conceal the hatred in his tone. "You want to use me to frame Feng Yuan, to help you obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land?" He Lulan continued to ask. Wuxia sneered, "Feng Yuan's Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land should have been emptied. The cultivation resources inside, including Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, were all moved to Langya Blessed Land." Langya Blessed Land? The place where you fought with Fairy Li Shan, Qin Baisheng, He Cheng, and Jianghu. Why? Feng Yuan did not tell you? Wuxia said. He Lulan was silent. Wuxia continued, "Langya Blessed Land was formed from the immortal aperture left behind by Long-Hair Ancestor. It was originally a grotto heaven. Now that it has fallen to a blessed land, its foundation is so deep that it can be called the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land has already been destroyed. There are no other blessed lands that can compare to it. Not only did Feng Yuan move all the resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya sect and betrayed humanity, becoming the lackey of the hairy men." He Lulan's gaze flashed. Wuxia seemed to know what she was thinking. He continued to smile, "You are right. I still have people in Langya Blessed Land. I know almost everything that happened in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan will not be able to last long. You can only rely on me to survive." The scene of Tian Mountain appeared in He Lulan's mind. Spectral Soul's towering body was deeply engraved in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He Lulan muttered in her mind. She then closed her eyes, saying, "The situation is stronger than the person, I will rely on you. However, I need to remind you. You want me to deal with Feng Yuan, but I still have an alliance agreement with him. It is just an alliance agreement, I can help you get rid of it." Wuxia said confidently. But He Lulan said, "Is that all right?" Back then, when we created this alliance agreement, it was stated clearly. No matter which side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. Wuxia felt troubled. "Oh. This way, if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, wouldn't I be helping Feng Yuan indirectly?" He Lulan nodded. "That is correct." Feng Yuan had set up this rule back then because he was afraid that Fairy Lishan would secretly get rid of the alliance agreement. After all, Fairy Lishan cultivated information path, Feng Yuan had to be on guard against her. But the world changed, fate was unpredictable. Fairy Lishan died, Wuxia wanted to help He Lulan get rid of the alliance agreement. Chapter 1039. How about it? Have you thought it through? You are Langya sect's external supreme elder, you can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Land Spirit of Langya smiled. In Central Continent, He Lulan had been forced to join Wuxia. Feng Yuan did not know about it and was still in contact with Land Spirit of Langya. Both sides discussed the methods to restrain spring-autumn cicada. Land Spirit of Langya was indeed from long-hair ancestor. Langya blessed land had a huge business and deep foundation. Through the conversation earlier, Feng Yuan was shocked to find that Land Spirit of Langya had no less than 10 methods that could restrain spring-autumn cicada. There were many methods and choices. At once, Feng Yuan felt somewhat lost. But he quickly calmed his mind and thought of something, asking, "I wonder how many sect contribution points I have now." 300. Land Spirit of Langya hesitated before answering. 300. Feng Yuan frowned. He knew that after joining Langya sect, he had not done anything for the sect. This amount of sect contribution points was obtained by lending Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley's wisdom goo to Land Spirit of Langya. However, be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley or wisdom goo, they were all peerless treasures, but they were only worth 300 sect contribution points. Immediately, Feng Yuan felt suspicious, but he did not question it directly, instead asking in a roundabout way, "First Supreme Elder, I don't know how you calculated these 300 contribution points, please explain it to me." Land Spirit of Langya heard Feng Yuan call him First Supreme Elder and immediately became happy. He said frankly, "This is very simple. Dang Hun Mountain is worth 100 contribution points, Luopa Valley is worth 100 contribution points, and Wisdom Goo is also worth 100 contribution points." Feng Yuan's tone sank. Wisdom Goo is a rank 9 immortal goo, why does it have the same contribution points as Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley? No need to be suspicious. Land Spirit of Langya quickly replied, "These three can be considered as you lending them to the sect. My Langya sect still has to bear the expenditure of earth chi and feed wisdom goo for you. Giving you 300 contribution points is clearly stated in the sect's rules. I knew that if a sect wanted to grow, it needed to be fair and just. Don't worry, if it's yours, we won't mistreat you. If it's not yours, we won't subsidize you." After a pause, the Land Spirit of Langya continued, "Of course. If you offer these three to the sect, in that case, the contribution points would be much higher, and you could even become the Grand Elder of this sect. It would not be impossible." When Feng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be tempted. Wouldn't becoming the Langya sect's first Supreme Elder be equivalent to obtaining the greatest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Langya Blessed Land, he could mobilize the hairy man Gu Immortals and other forces in the Blessed Land, right? But immediately after, the land spirit of Langya continued, but if you want to become the first supreme elder, you must break away from your human identity and transform into a hairy man. Only an outstanding hairy man can lead the Grand Hairy Man tribe. The land spirit of Langya's tone was filled with the strong aura of hairy democracy. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled his earlier thoughts. He did not doubt that the land spirit of Langya had methods to transform humans into hairy men. But if Fang Yuan became a hairy man, the price would be too high. Not to mention the fact that the current human race was unshakable. Variant humans like hairy men, even if they became immortals, they would have to stand aside. They would be ostracized. First and foremost, variant humans like hairy men had innate flaws, they could not become rank 9 venerables. Bought 2 rank 7 immortal Gu. Oh my god, I do not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu, who is so rich? The previous few batches of Gu worms had attracted the attention of many people. This transfer involved immortal Gu, it immediately caused a huge commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Immortal Gu transactions were usually done by exchanging immortal Gu, it was very rare even in Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's transaction was like a huge rock smashing into a calm lake, it caused a huge commotion. 2 immortal Gu, each has a treasure light that is 700 to 800 feet tall. But the other side used a rock to pay. A Gu immortal who was fortunate enough to witness it personally transmitted his divine sense. This news caused a huge commotion among the Gu immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you joking? It seems that this is not a simple transaction, they are using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them. Even if they are transporting immortal Gu, it is rare. Jewel Yellow Skies' transaction fee is calculated according to the treasure light. At once, all sorts of divine senses shot out of Jewel Yellow Skies, countless Gu immortal wills inside were moving and communicating. It was a complete mess, like a market in the mortal world. Because of Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's communication, the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies was in chaos. Fang Yuan entered the house Gu. After having a meal, he started to inspect the immortal aperture in detail. With the help of a group of mortal Gu, the efficiency was naturally higher. It was a sleepless night. At dawn, Fang Yuan came out of the 3-star cave Gu, he saw the scene of the sun rising. Southern border was originally mountainous and foggy, the rising sun gradually rose, causing the other side of the mountain ranges to burn with fire clouds that filled the sky. A huge sun appeared in a corner of the sky. At first, there was only a golden red arc. Soon after, the great sun gushed out, carrying with it a scarlet heat. It was like gold and iron flowing out of an iron furnace. As the sun rose, the clouds in the mountains were majestic, they were illuminated by the sunlight, the sun was shining brightly. Fang Yuan could not help but feel a sense of grand aspiration. The grand mountain path is like iron, now, I will surpass it. Perilous is the essence of heaven and earth, my heart still looks up to heaven. After chanting in a low voice, Fang Yuan opened his arms and jumped down the mountain peak like a giant peng, flying straight up. As if he was stepping on the clouds, he flew towards the southeast direction. After this night, he learned more about the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture had a huge space, it was more than 500 million km too. Not just that, there were abundant time path resources, 1 day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. He Lolan's great strength true martial immortal aperture was only 1 to 38 times faster than the outside world. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was 1 to 60, it greatly surpassed He Lolan's. But compared to the difference in the immortal aperture space, the time path aspect was not surprising. But this made Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If the time in the immortal aperture was too fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently, Fang Yuan would be exhausted from defending against them. Maybe when Spectral Soul refined Gu, he had already considered this problem. 1 to 60, this surpassed super-grade blessed lands, but it was not exaggerated, Fang Yuan could barely accept it. Other than time path resources, Fang Yuan also found 16 green grape immortal essence beads in the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was fresh, unlike a dead aperture, it could produce immortal essence. It could produce 16 immortal essence beads in a day, that was 480 immortal essence beads in a month, it far surpassed Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan also found that his body contained a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks belonged to all paths. Fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path, even poison path, luck path, and so on, they were all included. What made Fang Yuan even more surprised was that not only were there many types of Dao marks, but the scale was also huge. He could only make a rough estimate, on average, there were about 100 Dao marks in each path. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of the corresponding Gu worm by 10%. No wonder Fang Yuan could use fire paths, fire cape Gu and flying smoke Gu to achieve outstanding results. But this discovery did not make Fang Yuan happy, instead, his heart felt heavy. Gu immortals always pursued a single Dao mark. Because Dao marks could amplify the effect of Gu worms, but at the same time, they could also suppress and weaken them. For example, a water path Gu immortal who was covered in water path Dao marks would be inferior to a mortal Gu master if they used fire path mortal Gu. Even if Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would focus on one path. This was common knowledge in the Gu immortal world. But the strange thing is, when I use mortal Gu of all paths, they are not suppressed or weakened by the Dao marks of other paths. Seeing the youngster's miserable appearance, the grandfather laughed loudly, "Brat, now you know the weakness of your sword Qi Gu? It is a piercing attack, once it is countered, it will expend primeval essence in vain. There is no effect. Come, grandson, catch the Gu." Saying so, the grandfather waved his hand and threw a Gu worm to the youngster. To borrow this Gu worm, the youngster was almost slapped by the bear's paw and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped a bite from the brown bear. After pulling some distance, he jumped up and stood up again. "This is Muddy Gu," the youngster shouted, recognizing the Gu worm in his hand. Although this Gu worm was not his grandfather lent it to him, and the youngster activated it without any difficulty. His primeval essence poured into the muddy Gu, and the Gu worm let out a faint gray light. The youngster's palm shook lightly, and the gray light on the Gu worm flew out and landed under the brown bear's feet. Gulp gulp, large amounts of bubbles emerged from the mud under the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area turned into a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck in the mud, trapped. It struggled crazily, throwing out countless amounts of mud. The mud hit the youngster's body and face. The youngster was too nervous to care about this, quickly activating the muddy Gu again. The gray light hit that pile of mud again. The brown bear had already sunk to the bottom of the mud pit, and after struggling fiercely, was about to climb out. But after being hit by the gray light, the mud pit became deeper and bigger. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck, and the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. The brown bear stood up, but the depth of the mud already reached its waist. The youngster activated the muddy goo for the third time, securing his victory. The brown bear sank again, and only its head was exposed, roaring unwillingly. I finally won. The youngster's body was weak, he sat on the ground and panted roughly. His face was pale, and his primeval essence was completely expended. With a soft sound, the youngster's grandfather jumped down from the tree, lightly leaping tens of feet and standing in front of the youngster. Rascal, now you know the benefits of the muddy goo? Without this goo, how could you have defeated the brown bear? The grandfather lectured. The youngster did not reply, he continued to pant for a while before snorting coldly, raising his head and looking at his grandfather. Grandfather, you did this on purpose. Didn't you want me to give up Sword Path and cultivate our Ni clan's Earth Path? The grandfather bent his finger and knocked on the youngster's head, saying with love and hate, lad, with your intelligence, if you could use it on Earth Path cultivation, how good would that be? The youngster covered his head with both hands, shouting, but I like Sword Path. Chapter 1042. There was a line in the sky, it was vast and vast. White clouds rumbled, moving under their feet. A gigantic male lion let out a low roar, its thick limbs stepping on the void as it galloped through the clouds. This lion was white as snow, there was no other color on it. Its thick mane fluttered in the wind, huge air currents were surging under its feet. On the lion's back, there was a huge chair. Two goo immortals, one male and one female, were sitting side by side. The woman was old, she looked to be around 60 to 70 years old, but her eyes were shining with bright light, she was excited and restless, looking around. The man was a young man, he had an aquiline nose and narrow eyes, his body was emitting a cold aura of vicissitudes. Great uncle, your mount is really amazing, it can actually ride on the clouds, in just half a day. We have already traveled tens of thousands of li, the female goo immortal praised. This is a desolate beast chi grand lion, it does not ride on the clouds, it can control air currents, thus it can fly in the sky. The young man said slowly. A lion that can control air currents and fly in the sky, I have never seen it before. Desolate beast, what does that mean? The female goo immortal asked. The young goo immortal laughed silently, saying, Chi-he, you have just advanced to goo immortal, it is normal that you do not know the common knowledge of the goo immortal world. This chi grand lion contains chi path Dao marks, once it matures, it can fly in the sky. But this lion is very rare, it is almost extinct in the 5 regions, it can only be seen in white heaven or black heaven. As for desolate beasts, they are a type of beast. Like how goo masters have rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3, other than desolate beasts, there are also ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 6 goo immortals, because a desolate beast can usually match a rank 6 goo immortal. Ancient desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 7, immemorial desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 8. The female goo immortal Chi he heard this and her eyes shined, she sized up the Chi grand lion again, thinking, no wonder I felt a strong sense of threat from this lion. Thankfully, I met Grandpa and survived the tribulation. I became a goo immortal. If I had to fight this lion, I would probably be torn to pieces. The young goo immortal Chi Zai was already several hundred years old, he had rank 7 cultivation level and only used lifespan goo. That was why he looked so young. He was old and shrewd, so when he saw Chi He's expression, he was able to guess what she was thinking. Patting this junior's shoulder, Chi Zai consoled, Xiao He, don't worry. It was the same for newly ascended immortals. When I'm done with what I have to do, we'll return to Chi Si Grotto Heaven. There are still a few of your seniors there. If they knew that our Chi tribe had another goo immortal, they would be very happy. You will be living in the grotto heaven for a period of time. During this period, you will have to seek guidance from the elders. Remember to watch more, ask more, and learn more. Granddaughter thanks 7th Grandpa for your guidance. Chi He's expression turned serious, she quickly stood up and bowed to Chi Zai solemnly. Let us grandfather and grandson sit down and talk. Chi Zai nodded. A hint of gratification flashed in his eyes. Chi He sat down with a puzzled expression. She hesitated for a moment before asking, our Chi clan has many Gu immortal elders, why don't we imitate southern border super forces like Wu clan and Shang clan? Chi Zai's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. You want to ask, why are we seniors not like Wu clan and Shang clan, taking care of our juniors after becoming Gu immortals? Instead, you allow the younger generation of the family to live in a corner and be bullied, right? I wouldn't dare, Chi He said hurriedly. Chapter 1044. Chi Zai snorted coldly, he pinched his fingers as the mud gathered again, forming a mud ball. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless resentful faces. Even though it was silent, this scene made Chi He feel a deep chill in her heart. Chi Zai waved his sleeves, the mud ball turned back into a mud monster. Chi Zai gasped lightly, thinking, this is the resentment Chi from earlier. This resentment Chi has already been dispersed by me, but it can still surpass other resentment Chi, manifesting and taking form. I can see how much resentment the owner of this resentment Chi had when he was alive. Chi Zai asked again, what is your name? Ni Jian. This time, Chi Zai heard it clearly. Thus, he asked, how old are you? 15. Chi Zai continued to ask, but the mud monster only answered intermittently. Chi Zai's questions went from shallow to deep, from easy to hard. Time passed. After a while, Chi Zai finally understood what happened in Ni clan village. A mysterious Gu immortal controlled a myriad of beasts and attacked Ni clan village. His goal was the same as Chi Zai, to find the current Ni Xiang. But different from Chi Zai, he did not know who the current Ni Xiang was. Thus, he used the lives of everyone in the village to force the current Ni Xiang to reveal himself. Left with no choice, Ni clan leader stepped forward. As it turned out, he was the current Ni Xiang who possessed Sei is Dao not immortal Gu. The invading Gu immortal was overjoyed, he forced Ni clan leader to use Sei is Dao not Gu to resolve his doubts. They agreed that as long as he got a satisfactory answer, he would let go of Ni clan. Ni clan leader chose to believe the invading Gu immortal for the sake of his clansmen, he sacrificed himself. The mysterious Gu immortal got the answer he wanted. But he went back on his words, he commanded the myriad beasts to attack the village. Ni clan's clansmen were furious, they resisted with all their might, but the beast group was too strong, they were forced to retreat, suffering huge losses. At the crucial moment, Chi Zai subdued the desolate beast mud monster. He came to save the situation. The Ni clan branches that were scattered all over southern border. They were all raised by Chi clan's Gu immortals. Chi Zai was in charge of Rotten Mud Mountain, he would inspect it once in a while, he knew that the current Ni Xiang was Ni clan leader. He had subdued a desolate beast mud monster in a muddy swamp in Rotten Mud Mountain and left behind a will to control the mud monster. Protect the Ni family to prevent any mishaps. When the accident happened, the sludge monsters rushed to the battlefield to protect the Ni family members. But the mysterious Gu Immortal was very powerful. He personally attacked and killed this mud monster with many attacks. Once the sludge monster died, the Ni family's remaining clansmen were drowned by the beast herd, and none of them escaped. The Ni family's mountain stronghold was initially quiet and peaceful. It was also crushed into ruins, and corpses covered the ground. It was an incomparably miserable sight. A few days later, Qi Zai and Qi He arrived and found out about this. Ni Jian was the young clan leader of the stronghold, the grandson of the Ni clan leader. She had lost her parents at a young age, and was brought up by her grandfather single-handedly. Her grandfather had nurtured her wholeheartedly, and they had a close relationship. His grandfather was hounded to death by his enemy, who went back on his word and killed the entire Ni family, including himself. After his death, his soul was taken away, leaving behind only an extremely dense resentment that lingered around. Qi Zai asked in detail. Ni Jian had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. He told him everything he knew. According to his answers, Qi Zai slowly restored Fang Yuan's appearance. This was a short but stocky old man. His beard was a mix of black and white. It was tough like iron wire. But if he used jewel yellow skies to transport them, not only would jewel yellow skies be too open, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by countless people. Just the cost of using jewel yellow skies was extremely expensive. If Fang Yuan forcefully used jewel yellow skies, just the cost of transporting the rank 8 wisdom sword Gu would make all of his hard-earned cultivation resources go to waste. It was far from enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Land Spirit of Langia asked again. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He frowned. What, is this beyond your capabilities? Land Spirit of Langia shook his head. I have no intention of going back on my agreement with thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But even though I have divine travel Gu and other supplementary Gu materials, I lack the most crucial material. Can you guess what it is? Fang Yuan thought about it and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right. Land Spirit of Langia replied, no matter what Gu recipe you use to refine fixed immortal travel. All of these Gu recipes required a crucial Gu material, that was the light of the immemorial era. Light itself is hard to capture and store. Immemorial antiquity, surpassed olden antiquity and remote antiquity, it was the era of Renzu. At that time, the entire world only had Renzu and his 10 sons. No matter what Gu recipe you use, it won't work. Fang Yuan knew that Land Spirit of Langia would not lie to him, but he was still unresigned. Of course. Langia Land Spirit answered firmly and directly, I have 2 sets of fixed immortal travel's immortal Gu recipe. I have seen more than 10 fixed immortal travel remnant recipes. No matter which Gu recipe it is, it cannot bypass the light of the immemorial era. At most, the only difference is the amount of light of the immemorial era in each Gu recipe. Fixed immortal travel is a top-tier Gu, it has great use. If not for this, it would have already been refined by others. How could it be yours? Fang Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was to refine fixed immortal travel back then. Back then, he had used Xiao Mang's extreme light Gu. But now, Xiao Mang was already dead. Because Xiao Shan and Xiao Mang were pawns chosen by Xiao Clan's supreme elder. These two were living Gu immortal seeds, but as mortals, they were pawns. Even at death's door, they did not understand the truth of on Mountain. Once Xiao Mang died, extreme light Gu was destroyed as well. Xiao Mang is dead, not even his soul was left. Where can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if I use the light of wisdom, can I think of a fixed immortal travel immortal Gu recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era? Fang Yuan asked. Regarding rank 9 immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langia was not sure. After all, he was only a rank 8 Gu immortal when he was alive. Only then did he extract the essence of all rivers into the sea and fuse them together to obtain the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It could be said that this immortal Gu was not just the soul path crystallization of spectral soul demon venerable, it was also the essence of countless paths and venerable true inheritances. It was a peerless treasure formed from them. Even though Providence arranged for Fang Yuan to be a pawn, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan used his otherworldly demon instincts to break free and use sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Qi Zai was suspicious. Even though Fang Yuan only had rank 6 aura, he did not dare to be careless. He was probing Fang Yuan. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Even if he did not have rank 7 immortal Gu, he usually had rank 6 Gu. Earlier, he refined the resentment mud ball from the mud and turned it into the mudman Nign. That was an immortal method. But he did not use immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were the trump cards of Gu immortals, using them expended immortal essence. Qi Zai's blessed land was only a low-grade blessed land, he would not use immortal Gu normally. Of course, immortal essence was not the main reason was that once he used immortal Gu, the enemy would know. After all, how many Gu worms a Gu master had and what they were kept a secret. Once the information was leaked, they would be targeted and restrained. Gu immortals were the same. In the first battle, Gu immortals did not know each other's abilities, they had to probe each other. While Qi Zai was probing Fang Yuan was also probing him. All sorts of mortal killer moves appeared in Fang Yuan's hands. Together with his handsome appearance, he attracted Qi He's attention. Like Qi Zai, even though Fang Yuan had immortal Gu, he could not abuse them. Even though rank 7 sword path immortal Gu were powerful, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 green grape immortal essence, he could not compare to rank 7 Gu immortal Qi Zai. If not for Fang Yuan joining Langia sect, he would not have a large number of immortal Yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence, he would have lost this battle for sure. Both sides fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The commotion was grand. He could not take her eyes off them, she gasped in her heart. Unavoidably, Qi Zai was gradually suppressed by Fang Yuan. Mortal killer moves, no matter how outstanding, did not have an immortal Gu. Thus, the amplification from Qi Zai's Dao marks was limited, it would not exceed the range of using immortal Gu. In the long history of history, there was only one mortal killer move that could match an immortal Gu. That was the white bone chariot created by proud bone demon Lord Xianxia Ao. This person was a rank 8 demonic path Gu immortal, he had the qualifications to be proud. In terms of this achievement, even the 10 venerables in history could not compare to him. At the same time, his body burst out with an intense aura. The aura enveloped him in Qi He, seeping into every inch of the Qi Grand Lion's skin and flesh. The Qi Grand Lion cried out in pain, its eyes were bloodshot as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Under the effect of Qi Zai's immortal killer move, the Qi Grand Lion's speed was shocking. In less than 7 minutes, the Qi Grand Lion caught up to Fang Yuan with the 2 Qi Clan Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Qi Zai activated his immortal Gu again, sending out a long Yin Qi rope. Evidently, it was the immortal Gu from earlier. The long Yin Qi rope flew towards Fang Yuan, getting closer to him. He did not use any other immortal killer moves, he only used a rank 6 immortal Gu. Is it because his movement killer move contains a lot of Gu worms, he needs to expend a lot of his concentration? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. At the crucial moment, he was still calm as ice. He thought about it, showing his deep foundation and battle attainment. When activating an immortal Gu, the Gu worm aura would leak out. And when activating an immortal killer move, the aura would be much more complex and vast. Thus, Qi Zai could easily tell that Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal Gu, it was Sword Path. And Fang Yuan could easily tell that Qi Zai was only using a rank 6 immortal Gu. Of course, this was common sense, it was not absolute. There were some rare methods that could conceal the immortal Gu's aura and mislead the enemy. Flying Sword Gu. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger as the immortal Gu flew out. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was extremely sharp, the long Yin Qi rope was instantly cut into pieces. Qi Zai's heart shook, he was shocked again. Why is it another rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu? Is he really a Sword Path Gu Immortal? Then how do you explain the situation when he used his Mortal Killer move? Why are his Immortal Gu all rank 7? Don't tell me he is a rank 7 Gu Immortal, he is concealing his aura to be rank 6, trying to prey on us? How could Qi Zai know about Fang Yuan's true situation? He was a vigilant person, his thoughts were meticulous, the more he analyzed, the more bewildered he got, he was scaring himself. Yingwu Xie, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and He Lulan were surrounding an ancient soul beast's corpse, making use of their time to search for the soul core in the soul beast's body. In the soul beast's body, there was a soul core, it was only the size of an egg, but it contained a large number of soul path Dao marks, it was a great Gu material. Other than that, the soul beast's corpse would dissipate with time, there was no use for it. Where is it? Tai Bai Yunsheng was wholeheartedly searching for the soul core. He Lulan spoke, seemingly unintentionally praising, the Gu formation set up here is actually so powerful. In just a short while, even with immortal Gu's soul howl, this ancient soul beast could only die. Yingwu Xie did not speak, he frowned deeply. This is Providence's fault, it lured this ancient soul beast here. This time, even though I killed this soul beast, I also used the Gu formation. The more the Gu formation is used, the greater the danger of this place being exposed. After all, Central Continent's Celestial Court will definitely use all sorts of methods to search for me. At this time, Shu secretly transmitted to him. Yingwu Xie analyzed, Not long ago, Land Spirit of Langia used Jewel Yellow Skies to transmit Dark Limit Immortal Gu to Fang Yuan. This immortal Gu belonged to my shadow sect, but unfortunately, it was destroyed after Jianghu's death. Afterwards, Land Spirit of Langia created Langya sect, and for the convenience of the sect's Gu immortals, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Gu. This Gu can conceal its aura against Providence. That's right. I am being targeted by Providence, Fang Yuan's situation is definitely worse, he might even be chased by Gu immortals. Wuxia made a casual guess, but he was right. However, Qi Zai's pursuit of Fang Yuan had no results. Both sides fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Fang Yuan was heavily injured, but because of his low cultivation level, he could move more freely and escaped from Qi Zai's pursuit. Qi Zai saw that Fang Yuan had escaped without a trace, and his condition was not good. He had no choice but to return. When he was about to leave the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi He. 7th Grandpa, you are back. Granddaughter was very worried. Qi He was pacing on the spot, quickly welcoming Qi Zai after seeing him. Qi Zai felt warmth in his heart, but his expression sank as he reprimanded, silly. I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion, why didn't you listen and come here? This is a dangerous place. Qi He's footsteps paused, she slowly walked towards Qi Zai and lowered her head, saying apologetically, Granddaughter was wrong. Qi Zai nodded, that person was already heavily injured by 7th Grandpa, he was lucky to escape. But if I see him again in the future, I will not, ugh. Qi Zai suddenly gasped. He opened his eyes wide, staring at Qi He. A dark flying sword pierced through his forehead, the sharp tip protruding from the back of his head.